just don't wake me up. We do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Lose control, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat that soul, don't ask me what is real. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat the soul, don't ask me what is real. Get drunk, live for sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Here we are, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. Get ready for the game I play. Get ready for the game I play. Roll the dice like no one cares. Roll the dice like no one cares. Smoke in the air, get excited, baby. Welcome to the new age, standing on the new stage. Get drunk before sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Lose control, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream, flying above the city light. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. She moves like she's in paradise, can't leave the comfort zone, and I am in the limbo, that's alright. Higher than the vulture fly. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat that soul, don't ask me what is real. Just fill me with that alcohol, the time is getting slow. No words convince me, beat the soul, don't ask me what is real. Get drunk, live for sunrise in the moonlight. Just don't wake me up, we do what we like. Let's funk after midnight, sparking twilight. We just turn it up, wait for new sunrise. Get me some disco music through the night. Here we are, dancing in the golden light. Gone crazy, we are running out of time. Fancy dream,
Hello everyone, my name is Archer and this is more Limbus Company. How you all doing today? Hello Anox, Kokomo, Syntax, thanks for coming. So the creator that is right now over on the Discord playing lobotomycorporation. Or actually, they're doing Mirror Dungeon, sorry. For real, a 99-22 Rupture stack, yeah. That is for sure a very easy way to win. But I am happy that you're beaten Kanto 8, even though you had to resort to Malfast. In the end, I feel like a lot of people are pressing again. Malfast became a lot of people's emergency button. Everything goes wrong, just Malfast it. But yes, we are here to continue time killing time. And luckily we can also finish the next intervaller. I'm not gonna be sure of that. I'm gonna try my best. Again, I do want to do Kanto 7 extreme, so in order to do that, I need to finish out everything. Doing fine, actually had some drinks with family, had a good time with. Oh, that's awesome. Drinks with family is cool. I was thinking of, Father Day here in Brazil is gonna be August 10, so just a couple of days. I'm thinking of taking my dad out to barbecue. Since I'm gonna have a little leftover money and I haven't seen my dad in months, I was like, why don't I treat my dad for something good for once? So yeah, I do intend on spending my leftover money after I pay all my stuff, and to treat my dad for a very nice dinner for Father's Day. And most likely I will drink something. I don't know if I'm gonna drink some wine or if I'm gonna drink something, but it's gonna be for sure alcoholic. I want to get a little bit tipsy. Indeed. I wish my father was like me and enjoyed sushi because I could take him to a sushi restaurant and I could drink sake or soju, whatever they have in store. But alas, he hates it. The clock tower of fear. Let's go, guys. Oh, look at here. We can finally use my other characters. What a beautiful sight.
관리인가 아니면 애도인가
청소 시간이네요.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주자.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에
등장. Oh, by the way, let's do a quick recap where we left off. We just faced the Time Ripper. The Time Reaper actually threatened to steal Rhodia's time, and we decided not to press on further. The Time Reaper ended up fleeing after actually attacking the EuroDV captain, and we were able to narrow down that the Distortion is a member of the EuroDV, which is kind of predictable because of its doing. My guess is the Distortion was a person from T Corp or the T Nest that was very unsure about how things were going, and then they joined the EuroDV in hopes to make a change, just so to realize that the EuroDV themselves are using T Corp's technology in order to further their agenda, and they're like these guys are no better than the T Corp people doing their shit. So I wanna be my own agent, and probably that's what led them to the store, because Dan or talking voice in their head probably said, "Hey, do you want the power to do that?" And he probably said yes. We miss using all 7 sinners indeed. My father only ate sushi once when me and my friend made some. Oh, nice! So you know how to make. That's to some degree sushi. I suck. I was taught once, and I think if I tried it now and gave it a little few like shots, I would probably do it a little better. but the whole molding part of sushis can be a little complicated. The building blocks of sushi itself, it's an art. I'd rather just eat. They were shy. Okay. Well, usually it is. Whenever we're just trying to, make sushi out of nowhere. But yes, let's continue. So, will this really work? I guess it's barely a plan, and more like something we came up with in the last 10 minutes, but still. Annoying. Shh, let's hide. By the way, let me compliment again. The design for the timer is pretty cool. Like, I love the suit with the huge, like, lengthy arms. It's pretty nice.
안녕하세요.
Hiya,
기다리고 있었다.
I've been waiting for you. Did you just say hiya to the Ripper? How interesting. Not only did you know that I'll be coming here, but you also had the manners to extend your greetings. By the way, I don't feel that the Time Reaper can affect my boy Honglu. I don't feel like Honglu feels bored. I feel like Honglu is one of those kids that everything is new and everything is novelty, and they kind of thoroughly enjoy what they're doing. Also because he was taught to go on the outside world and experience things. So I feel like the Time Reaper can probably not do anything with Honglu. Hello, Moses. Like, love to see you again. Holy shit, I didn't completely misspeak. You didn't. I had to stop my stream earlier today. Mom called me for lunch. I came back, I rest for a bit, and then I went to exercise, and my body's sore. But now I have an exercise buddy, so that's nice. A cousin of a friend of mine. I met them 2 days ago, and they are very into like calisthenics and exercising and things of that nature. I just randomly met them whenever I was outside doing exercises in a park, and they were like, "Hey, I can give you some pointers because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm looking at YouTube at all times, whenever like just to literally copy what the other people are doing, and like." Since he knows what he's doing, like if you look at his body, you know that this person exercises for fun, which is again completely outside of my spectrum. I hate exercising. I always say to people, I look like a sweaty duck outside of my comfort zone, outside of my lane. I am breathing heavy. I am sweating like a pig. I'm always taking breaks. I am drinking water, and I shouldn't be drinking so much water because then makes my tummy rumble. So yeah, I'm still getting the grasps, but having someone to train with and actually say, hey, you should do this or you should do this way because there's right ways of doing exercises, believe it or not. It's pretty fun. Time Reaper is one of the coolest boss, but there's a thing that I hate about him, but that will come later. Oh nice. I'll have to exercise too as much as I can because I'll probably have to go work something pretty soon. That's kind of also my goal because I'm going in this process of looking for a job because I've slacked for years now without doing exercises. I need to be a little more fit in order to do, especially if like cheese making involve a lot of work with your arms, cutting the cheese, removing skooma, removing the cheese. Can seem simple, but since you can do that for hours and you're just doing like the same motion and lifting heavy stuff and putting heavy stuff, it can really worn you down, especially on your back. And so yeah, that's why I'm doing exercises preemptively. The only thing I can really do consistently is walking, which is better than Again, I don't leave my house. I am pushing myself to go outside, which is hot. By the way, today was, whenever I was outside, 38 degrees in the sun. Dry. Literally, we are in low humidity alert right now. That was the that was the situation I was putting myself into. So like, yeah, not fun. Even if you have water alongside you, like your mouth gets dry and your nostrils get dry so quickly. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible. I should start exercising, but again, my leg is still a bit bad. I'm sorry. I also had like a thing on my leg. Not that I hit my leg or anything. It's just probably overweight combined with not doing exercise. It's terrible for your joints. And even though like I'm not as heavier as I was whenever that happened, um, it's quite annoying. But I feel like it's much better now. I wish you a very good recovery, Kokomo. That is just hell on earth. But apparently Monday we're gonna have some break, and we're having some cold during the night. So I think I will just do my exercise more towards like nighttime, so I can enjoy like the cold. We have around 25, 30 degrees this week. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. I really enjoy. Again, the problem with exercising whenever it's too, even though humidity can lead to more warm and like more hot, I a lot of times rather a little humidity and my throat not getting dry all the time than like you literally feel like you're in a desert. Yeah, for sure. I will say my city is pretty open. The problem of my city is not that it's a concrete jungle almost, in my case, and it's more of we live on a depression. So my city is like a lower altitude than everything else, so it just gets warmer than the nearby places. Especially, there's a lot of people that goes to a nearby city where is higher up on altitude, so it gets a little colder at this time of the year. So everybody just flees the city whenever it's too hot. And I haven't done that in a while, like fleeing the city. I hope that if I can get a work done and start making some money, whenever it gets too warm, I can go to one of those places for a bit, just so I can survive. And I can maybe invite a couple of friends and we can, I don't know, do what young people do in, I don't know, orgies. I live in a small village, but it's just a flat space all around us. I'm very fond of small villages. Again, my city is big. It's not it's not crazy populated, but it's pretty big in length. So it's not easy for you to know a lot of people. I always fancy the idea of like small villages because then you can easily like get to know everyone. Everybody's kind of family. But that can also be a problem. So take that with a grain of salt. I see it as a novelty because I don't have it. I see. You've been tailing us this whole time.
아,
Of
물론이죠.
course. You're right under our noses all this time, weren't you? You're one of those fools playing pretend as a detective, aren't you? Killing time.
네, 맞아요.
You're right. Say,
당신은
can you teach me how to make the most of my time?
알고 있나요?
Give us your time and we might tell you. What? 30 hours? What is this? A bloody joke? That ain't enough. Just think about all those hours we've lost fleeing these sods. We could have spent that time ripping more hours from others. I say that it's only fair that we take 300 hours from him. Agreed, he's one of the Nest's lackeys, working with those filthy watch chains of T-Corp. He deserves it. If we let him go, he'll only bring further trouble. Let's show them what happened to those that oppose us. I love that the Time Reaper probably distorted because they were so annoyed about the whole time shenanigans related to T-Corp, but now they are all time related. So by trying to flee what they dislike the most probably about this place, they ended up embodying everything. By small, I mean I see horse carriages. Damn! Kokomo, you should take some pictures, I'm actually curious, about, the place you live in. Like the scenery. Oh yes, the Great Plains, the biggest furnace around these parts. Hello, manager. Long time no see. Seconded. Let's try to extract the exact amount of hours that evenly splits into 12 pieces. Sod it. Let's stab as deep as we can go. We don't want to repeat of the fat cat at the factory, do we? We're aiming straight for the center. We're not letting this bastard slip away with just a gash of 100 hours. Silence. I will decide the time. We'll stab as deep as we can and reap 1,000 hours from him. That should be more than enough time for us to happily share. So, the Time Reaper is a legion, like a collective? That's what we're getting? Well, I suppose we'll be losing our sense of taste for the next 1,000 hours. If we divide the burden of 1,000 hours equally amongst one another, yeah, I can roll with that. It's almost like there are multiple personalities in there, all talking, are taking turns to speak. The culprit wasn't the only one who suddenly began to behave strangely. Honglu did too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, as though he was ready to let something go, or perhaps there was an expression of liberation. Time Reaper is really just a victim of 9-5. I mean, think back, I live in a Western Hungary. Oh, you're also from Hungary? I didn't know about it. At least it gets rain. It's a little colder. Yeah, well, not for long. Yeah, the south is just burning.
1000시간이라
1,000 hours.
눈을 감았다
Will
뜨면
1,000 hours have passed in a blink of an eye? Yes, and there will be no pain, only the despair that awaits you upon awakening. Well, we cannot allow them to that you do that, Hunglu, because even though it's gonna be 1,000 hours for you, gonna pass in a blink of an eye, it's gonna be complicated because we need you in less than 1,000 hours. You know, Kanto 7 is happening next week, and next week is not gonna be just 1,000 hours.
그럼
Then, I like that.
가져가세요.
Rip my time away.
정말
He
진심으로
didn't mean that,
원하는 건
did he?
아니겠지? 시간을 토막내는
A time-tearing razor, is it?
저게 시간
So that is the core of the power that extracts time, though it was no invention at all, but a distortion.
그래도 완전 멋진
My, this is still highly fascinating. So this is the kind of power that a distortion can grant? Powers that only one could have dreamed of? Can't wait to get back to the capital in September. Yeah, it sucks as I'm currently moving there right now. Ugh. And it's not gonna get anything, right? After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt. Why can't we reap away your time? Because, yeah, that's what I said. Honglu is never bored. I feel like actually Honglu might be one of the few the few people that are never bored. I feel like Honglu, Don Quixote, never bored. Yushu herself can be one of those, I believe, in certain events. Yeah, and besides Honglu and Don Quixote, I feel like they are probably the only two that are never bored. I feel like this guy just probably chose the worst people on the lottery.
계획대로네요.
I see. Everything went according to plan. It's all so same.
눈을 감았다
I
뜨면
blinked, but the world is just as familiar and changeless as ever. What? We walk right into a trap? You daft idiots! Don't you understand?
검
Detectives AOTS. Yeah, that's a relief. Had me worried for a moment there. 30 minutes ago, like I said here, the temporal scale gallows isn't broken. This error was caused by you. Your time, and this applies to all 12 of you, was already bound to someone else's time. Oh. Okay, damn. Shit, that's not what I thought. Technically, I will say Honglu is never bored, but that was not the answer. Someone else's time? Me? This caused a multi-reference error in the temporal scale gallows. which was supposed to hang your time. So what you're saying is, because we are living within Dante's time, the gallows couldn't hang our time? I had no idea. Well, if all this is new to us, then there's really no way for the Time Reaper to know that either. So, once the Time Reaper arrives and tries to rip my time away from me, that's when Rodi and Ryoshu can swoop in, like the awesome people you are, and arrest the culprit. And that's how this trap came to be. But what if, and really, what if the Time Reaper managed to rip Honglu's time away? Don't worry, Dante. It's all going to be okay. Again, that's probably why Honglu was so confident, because even if it failed, and this whole thing about Dante and their time wasn't a thing, I don't think the Time Reaper would have been able to rip Honglu's time regardless. Probably Ishii isn't bored, like she has to keep all of them on a leash. No, I feel like they all get bored at some point. Like, if you like remembering the story, there's a lot of times they get just bored or distracted. Like, let's see, like, whatever they're in the bus and there's a week passed and nothing happened. Most of the sinners are gonna get bored. I feel like the only two that never felt like giving any like signs that they were getting bored was Honglu and Don Quixote, because they basically can entertain themselves with literally anything. If I don't get in sucks way more than if I got something else before then. Yeah, renting it's the safer option. My brother is gonna do the same. We got it like a week before the big uni acceptance boom. It was close. I don't know. Renting probably is the best idea, and I'll probably go again roommate style. But I believe that's what you guys are doing, right? Because the more people you can share the burden of the money with, the easier it is. Wouldn't it be so entertaining to watch as people's trust in the situation of supposedly a narrowing clock tower crumbles? It's going to be such a fun show. I'll try my best not to malfunction. Tick tock, tick tock. Hey, participation trophy. I used to really hate the sound of clocks. I don't know when it started, but I started associating its noise with the perpetual cycle of pain. Like it's some premonition that a clock hand-shaped blade will one day clean through me. Clean blade of time, if you will. Your noise, it's a bit different. It's the kind of noise that makes me dream up something new, something different. It is not pain. Again, this guy, he, like, sounds... Okay, do you know what this guy sounds like? If he's not gonna join the EuroTV, he's already part of it. That's my guess. Well, that's why I wanted to extend my gratitude. Not sure what he's extending his gratitude for, but can someone ask him to do something for me? Dante has a request. Right, request away. I think I've had enough experience to into it when a big fight is about to break out, and I'm getting that exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return the other sinner to us. I can't believe they actually kept us in prison the whole time, only to let us right now before they caught the culprit. So, how was it, manager? Adventuring with just 3 sinners? Was it nice? I trust that you have learned your lesson and that my absence was deeply felt. Actually, no. I really enjoyed it. And I will say, Rhodia was there because the EuroTV was there, but it's more of what we saw of Rhodia Kanto 2. Just Rhodia second-guessing herself and going into this flippy-floppy on let's stay on the sinners, let's go to Sonia. I will say, again, Honglu, the best character of this whole thing right now. Honglu really shines with her personality. Because Ryoshu is fun, but Ryoshu is her gimmick, you know? You can kind of predict what Ryoshu's gonna do. But Honglu is really being the star whenever they show up. Because Honglu is extremely unpredictable. Actually, the only thing that I can predict about Honglu is that I don't know what Honglu is gonna do, and that's cool. Anyway, once we actually bring over the stuff, oh, share picks, nice. The uni acceptance this year was a mental, since some actual bottom tier unis have an insanely high requirements. I feel like I feel like the whole world in a whole is going that way. You know, everything is getting higher and higher and higher, and it's becoming harder and harder for people to catch up. That's reality. That guy is just insane, like full on insane. Yeah, I wasn't really affected, but some point requirements were insane. Rhodia, yeah, Rhodia. I really hope that they give her and Greg more than what we're seeing. Greg is, I feel like every time that we go to Rhodia's past is always the same thing, and I feel like we're not getting that much development on her. I really hope we can get Rhodia to become like the character that she can be, not the character that she's always stuck on. Kinda. I love whenever she's having fun, by all means. But I don't know. I feel like whenever we talk about Rhodia's growth, we always go back to the same place, which I don't know. Again, it's a gacha game. Cliches and gimmicks are going to be happening. I just feel like some sinners are just naturally more interesting than others. Also has that I like her book. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I like Rhodia. I don't dislike her. I just want her to be a little more. Especially because those two first cantos didn't really allow Rhodia or Greg to be more than what we have them to be right now. That's why, like, this would be a very cool opportunity for us to see something different from her own personal growth, and I feel that they're just rehashing something that we saw before in Kanto 2. So I feel like kind of a waste of opportunity. If that was their intention, I don't know. Greg sadly got the tutorial treatment. He has some insane potential, but I'm sure he'll get something just because of his mom. Yeah, but that's why I'm not talking too much of Greg, because Herman is the main antagonist right now, in a way, for us, and she's gonna be a recurring character. So I don't fear too much for Greg, because she is literally the main leader, the main head of her organization. So Herman is going to be here for a while, and we know that she has plans for Greg. There's no limit to the glaze, indeed. I am aching all over from just from sitting inside that jail cell. I don't ever want to go back to a place like that. Right, so is that Saw the Time Reaper or something? A distortion we must defeat. Okay, it's now the Time Reaper fight. Yay! Excited. I really wanted something hard. Oh, this is easy. You were just clash. Whenever you don't know, just clash with everything. I don't know how well my guy here is gonna do, because those people here, one is struggling and one is neutral, but it's not that I have another opportunity to do anything else. I wish you guys best of luck. A good job. Yeah, the negative heads. Sorry, Time Ripper. Oh, I see like Time Ripper has a lot of buffs to it. Let me actually open his things. I feel like this is one of those that I need to read. By the way, the music is freaking good. Let me read what's going on here. It's gonna be his passives. It's gonna have 1,000 stolen time at the start of the encounter. Oh, that's okay. That's why I explained those huge amounts of offense level up and defense level up. So as the time goes on, he's gonna get weaker. That's the gimmick. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the music is pretty good. Not gonna lie, pretty dope. And I love the jazzy vibes to it. Yeah, sorry, I'm reading chat right now, so like you guys are already saying stuff that's coming to my mind, but yeah, the jazzy vibes are great. No, Rishi! Butterflies! Butterflies! Flies!
아, 여기선 이런
Yeah,
방법이
my guy is
있었군요.
sinking!
즐거운
Okay, now he's gonna try to do to pull up the little dodges.
함께하는 여행은
I'm sorry, buddy. That's not gonna. I'm not gonna allow that to happen.
좀 쉽지 않아.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
정확하게.
You got voice lines, yes, and the voice lines are pretty good. I really appreciate that I took my time, and this got, you know,
단테님은
voiced pretty recently.
발상을 떠올리시네요.
It's really good.
그대 또
Staggered. I'm sorry.
어라?
Sometimes it's just not meant to be.
분이 보이네요. 이만 편히 눕혀드릴까요?
먼지를 떨어내줘.
The anti-synergy between Enclair and Solin Sang is going crazy right now. Yeah, they really don't vibe. But again, Sinclair is gonna be replaced with Wild Hunt as soon as they can level him up. It's a matter of time, okay? You get it? Time?
그 오물을 떼어내주지. 기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요. 모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가
The next one is also peak nice. Stagger before the fun is just peak, right? Again, this team is doing so well. I'm pretty proud. Let me be real. This team is amazing. As long as we don't find enemies with negative counters ahead, I can just sink them to death.
기쁨이란 건
And they're staggered again.
슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
What a funny.
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
Okay, this is not gonna be good. Okay. Now, yeah. Make it regret. Not that I know it's kind of overkill. I know. I just want to see it.
이 구석구가 나의 폭력을
Foreskin.
턱없이 모자르지.
Negative coins. Yeah, sorry. I keep saying you know that I was thinking what I was gonna say and I still failed.
이 방금
But you know,
굉장히 중요한 걸
Time Reaper
잃어버렸어요.
fled. I don't think you're going to have to worry about negative coins for a while. Yeah, that's what I feel. Have you ever wept in such a deep longing for that extra minute, that extra second you let slip through your fingers? Where you wish that your heart would forever sleep? For its every beat was but a painful reminder of the merciless march of time. I don't suppose you have, because you all have plenty of time to spare. With that, the Time Reaper slips into the shimmering portal,
기존에 보았던
a mirror
심사위원은
dungeon of the Fathoms. It appears to be the same kind of the one we have seen before.
단테.
Hey Dante, I've got a question. Just occurred to me for the first time.
우리가 쓰는 이
Where do
시간들은
all the time that you use,
어디에서부터 오는
where do
거야?
they come from? Well, I never gave thought to where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew is that when I turned the clock, I rewound the time.
그러네.
WC.
뭐
Yeah, who cares, I guess. And here I was thinking that she was looking for the bathroom. I wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. Ryoshi quickly shuts us down with her brief summary of the circumstances. We did not question it further. A mirror dungeon of the Fathoms. Let's go. So now it's mirror dungeon time? Yeah, I guess that was mirror dungeon time. I was actually starting to think that this thing wouldn't have a dungeon. But apparently, yes, we're gonna have a dungeon. Let's see if I can redeem some rewards. And when I say rewards, I mean tickets. Yay! Look at my wild hunt go. Nice, I can now use Heathcliff. Yay! So this is the culprit's Fathoms. 21 minutes. The time it took for the impact for you to hit the cobblestone. Isn't it about time you quit that Eurodivvy thing, brother? Oh, they're talking with lower time. We barely have enough time to scrape by, wasting our time building unregistered inventions just to annoy some time collectors doesn't do anything. Come on, brother. Dream like you used to, please. You always wanted to work for the T-Corp Patents Agency, didn't you? We're just biding our time, waiting for the right moment, okay? And when that moment comes... Well, you don't even know when the moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of that matter if we're not here to see it? Take the grade 1 inventor certificate exam or something. Maybe a submission to the Invention Expo. There's a pretty hefty cash prize for receiving the Inventor of the Year award, you know? Did you know that in other nests, everyone enjoys an equal 24 hours? I got the Merceau Ego in 20 pulls. Good job. I did 30 and got 4,000 ID. None of them were my beloved Otis. I'm sorry, Kokomo. But yeah, I didn't got Otis, but I got Merceau. So I said, okay, I'm gonna stop. Just imagine for a second, what if we saved up a ton of money and moved to a different nest? Then maybe we'll get to live 24 hours a day too. I have returned after being consumed by demons. I will not chat though. I just popped in to say hi. Be watching though. Hello, Platinum Rover. Really appreciate you coming. I am sorry that you were consumed by demons, but you know, some people might be into that. I could get a full night's rest and I'd still have half the day to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? I was always full of excuses. For all my hatred of the system, I remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield and excuse for inaction. So, I'm gonna use the Otis. That's a good idea. I'm gonna use Otis for this dungeon. So, I'm gonna be borrowing the new Otis ID. So guys, if you have Otis, I know that Annex probably just shared theirs, but if you guys have noticed, please put the Otis, because we're gonna use her in place of Sinclair. Actually, in place of Merceau, and I will change Sinclair and put the Wild Hunt. And I was gonna be all thinking and then Otis there. I knew that our lives would get better if I did get certified, but I always gave the same excuse. I don't have the time to take a test. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I will lend you all but 2 hours of my time. That will give you more than enough time to complete the exam. Oh, that's very kind of his brother that barely has enough time for himself, as we can clearly see. It ends around 2 p.m., right? I will meet you in front of the clock tower then. You can give me back time you borrowed there. Thus I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all of this too. Maybe I could start dreaming again, just like that old comic book I used to read, to dream of becoming a professional inventor of all kinds of things. The car rolls is slowly. It's so slow that anyone could simply step out of its way. The driver is like us, someone who lives 10-hour days. But my brother can't get out of its way because he doesn't have enough time. Damn! Hours already precariously stretch over a day, stretched even further. So, you are slowly, so slowly, thrown into the air. I run as fast as I can within the time that is given to me, but I fail to reach him. I never could. Nothing changed, no matter how much time I was shared, because my life was spent in a rush, because its entirety slipped through my fingers in a blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the streets where my brother drew his last breath. And that was a long breath. If only I could taste every flavor of this lollipop sooner. Man, I can't wait to read what happens next. Want somebody knock me out and wake me up when the next volume's out. This city. Can't wait for them to finally complete my portrait. I hope they captured the little upward flick of the tip of my mustache, eh? It's supposed to look like a bird's wing, yes, it's so tedious waiting for the time to be finished, eh? Still 3 in the afternoon? This is one long shift. When does tedious busy work end? Has too many people who so indifferently kill time. Our time will come, just like the Sen said. I know it's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? You think I'm happy with this small-time stuff? I'm just as tired as you are of punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked the time. If only I had the time they killed. If only my brother had the time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. I can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now is the time for action. I'll find everyone so content with killing their time. And though a clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that makes up the clock within each turn at disparate rates. Let's run out to I guess no Gamba till Thursday. Still love that the first time I watched your stream, you just went, screw it, I'm tossing my money at this man. Right? And I still really appreciate that. I really, it's very memorable. Because again, I just said it out of like goofiness and fun. But I really appreciate that you gave me support, Anox. And I was able to beat Dongbei. So everything worked out fine. Yes, the background is awesome. Like, I love the little cogs. I love that his brothers too being like ran over by the car in the background. Some living 44 hours days. Some living 4-hour days. We are not like the EuroDV. We know that we must take action.
그래서 된
So that's what you've turned yourself into. Within me is a place where all may live in equal hours, our nest. A place for all who have felt the very same vein.
그렇다고 해도
Your explanations fail to justify your time killing.
정답은
No. His explanation justify his time killing. If that's what you're asking. The thing is, he doesn't feel that he has enough time to do everything that he needs to do to justify everything. To make it all like just in the city. So what he's doing is basically killing the time of people that has way too much time in their hands because his brother didn't had enough time to actually get like over the front of the car because he borrowed time to his other brother to do the exam. Yet I am not the time killer. It is the people of the city who have been slaughtering time. No one even took a moment to doubt that the clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stopped and merely complaining that it was a slow day and that they should just pass the time. Killing time. I saved the dying times from their wasteful clutches. Will you still claim that I am in the wrong? Yeah, he's saving time for people that has way too much of it. And I can see why he distorted this way. And I feel like it's a pretty interesting distortion, all things considered. Like, it makes sense. Oh, damn, I cannot borrow stuff. Yeah, you gotta love when it was, but yeah, it's a dungeon. I cannot borrow to begin with. Well, what I'm talking about. Yes. Damn it. Ah, it's one of those. Oh, okay, no, I thought it was just gonna be just one line. Damn, okay, this is a little longer, but yeah, it's gonna be funny. And we can just go to the question marks. You enter the dungeon of the Fathoms. It resembles a T-Corp street. Past the crowds of a busy passerby, you notice the glowing vending machine nearby. With the streets completely devoid of color, the vending machine light seems to resonate much more vibrantly with your heart. We're this close to unveiling the truth of the time-killing time. We don't exactly know how this case will end, but we decide to forge on the brilliance of our guiding light. Thank you. Appreciate the 600 cost. Let's see. What is this? The silver watch for a tremor is very. It makes sense, you know. I can do this because I really love the little yellow one, but I don't think it's worth it. I should just refresh once. Maybe you can get one sinking. Oh, nice, the compass and Midwinter Nightmare. But okay? That ended up being a little too expensive. Shit, we got two decent ones. I know, fair enough. We're gonna go this way. Since now White Hunt is the strongest, Sounds like your so peak 44-hour day sounds like hell. Like, why would I make my days already longer? I don't think it's actually, well, technically is for you to do more
제가
within your day,
친해진 형 누나들이랑 비슷한 느낌이네요.
but
아, 그러니까
like if you
어디가
already
더
don't do much with your day anyways,
힘을 얻으려면
but believe it or how much you can accomplish. Let's say like a lot of people don't feel like they have enough times in their day because they also have to go to bed and sleep and shit.
여기선 이런
So I feel like a
분위기가
lot of people would
있거든요.
actually appreciate having more time. It sounds like your biological processes aren't sped up, so everything has the same true time frame, just your speed and lag are increased. So it would be cool, but get annoying quickly.
어라?
I feel like it would get annoying because remember of the guy.
좁혀드릴까요?
The guy, the problem with him is that because of how it works, you see everything slower. I think that would be probably the most annoying thing. Because like, as long as I'm not interacting with any other thing, like let's say I'm not playing games or not talking to anybody, then it's cool enough. You know, like I can do exercises, but everything else can, like I can read as with my heart content, you know. But when it comes to something active that it needs time that is not your time to happen, it's gonna like think about making cheese with a sped up time. It's gonna take even longer in your perceived notion of that actually happening, you know?
매일 보아하는데도
But at the same time, with that in mind, you can share that time. You know, you can do multiple things in a day that you usually would be able to do like one or two. So there's pros and cons I can see, but I can see it getting annoying as well. But I could use it in some events for sure. Like let's say I'm trying to exercise myself. That is awesome. Because everything that I'm doing is not going to be really heavily affected by the time itself. Especially if I know what exercises I'm doing. And she was nerfed!
우와, 봤어요 단장님? 돌아오면 칭찬을 잔뜩 해주셔야겠는걸요?
정확하게.
전탄 격발.
결국은 이렇게 떨어지죠.
I will say, units like Queen of Hatred and Knight of Despair, in my opinion, are extremely broken. And I feel that for me, they're far more broken than N. Sinclair, because N. Sinclair can still panic. And N. Sinclair can still suffer from the drawbacks with ego when it comes to panicking. Knight of Despair and Queen of Hatred don't have those drawbacks. They only get positives whenever they go negative. And they still remain consistently good while being positive. A secret hideout of the EuroDV. EuroDV is fervently reciting the text given to them by the saint. We have become nothing but cogs in a machine that exists solely for the industrialist and the bourgeoisie. Such a complicated word. And the wings. What else? What other human relation remains amongst the citizens but the narrow self-interest and heartless bonds created by the capital? Thus, we shall cast aside the cold, unfeeling metal we call coin. Instead, we shall trade our warmth with one another based on our needs. To the haves, the laws of the nest are shields that protect their privileges. Yet, to the have-nots, they have chains. They are chains that shackle us. Then we shall defy the laws of the nests. We shall show them the wrath of the have-nots. All that the EuroDV have to lose is our chains. All that we have to gain is a world without hunger. The EuroDV suddenly points in our direction. Looks like we're going to have to say something. Tremor gift. I like the idea, but there's no way it will work right. Yeah, don't like it. As soon as the sinner finishes speaking, the room immediately falls cold and silent. The EuroDB, who appears to be their leader, points at the door and motions you to leave. You leave the place before something happens. Yeah, fuck the EuroDB. And again, I don't care about your silly ego gift. You can keep it.
에고 침식도.
Yes, the complicated way to say middle class. Indeed. Again, the EuroDV is I'm trying to think about a group of people that are similar to the EuroDV because they are activists, but the way that they are doing stuff is not all. It's not really helping.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
아무것도 남지 마라.
There's a group of interest here in Brazil that works in a similar way, where their intentions are good, but their actions not always come across as positive, even though initially they were meant for good. Is the how we can there's a homeless movement. There are homeless movements here in Brazil. We call them MST. And the idea is very noble, is to find places for homeless people to shelter themselves and eventually to find their homes. In action, the homeless people basically just go into places that nobody's living in and they take the place for them. You know, let's say you have two houses, Kokomo. You have one house in your city and you have one house in the country where you spend time with your family. Those people will once you're out of your house for too long of a time, let's say a month or two, they will just take your house because you're not using the land for yourself. You know, that's kind of their gist, which I understand, but I don't find it correct. You know, I know that it is nice. I like the idea of people having a place for them. But I feel like just taking someone else's like house is not the right way to go. Just because they're not using. Because then you can apply that to literally anything in life that you're not using. Because I feel my problem with everything in the world is that the basis of it might seem noble, but once you open the door for one thing to be the exception, then it's easy for you to make other things to be the exception. Let's say, I live in my house, but I don't use my car. I use my car, let's say, once a month to do something that I need my car for, but I usually don't use my car. Let's say that I work very near my house, so I just walk to my house, so I just walk to work. I barely use my car. Would that then give someone the ability to just take the car for themselves because I'm not using the car? No. And then you can just expand that to other areas. Yeah, yes, the complicated way to say, yeah, they are communists. Not socialists, but just straight up Marxist. To be fair, there's not much else they can do. If the city, it's the city, if they are militant, they won't survive. Then there's just property theft. Well, but a lot of people, like, because the thing is, it all changes between the angle you look at things. Right? You and I can see this as property theft. Oh, damn, okay. But let's say you're homeless. And let's say that this becomes something that a whole community can support you doing it. Then you're more okay to do it because you need a place to stay. So depending on where you exist in life, you can leave your morality behind for your own good. Like, you know that stealing food is wrong, but let's say that you are the one that needs food and you haven't ate in days. Then you can suddenly start to try to justify you taking food for yourself. You're just trying to survive. A lot of people have a lot of food that they don't even eat. So that's the problem. I like both parties are right and both parties are wrong, depending on how you see it. Because at the moment that we are in the losing team, it becomes a little more justified to do those things. And whenever we are in the winning team, it becomes less justified that people are taking things from us. So let's say a lot of people there are activists, let's say young people that never had actually any difficulties in their lives. They can see that the homeless people need somewhere to stay. Sure. But will they give their houses away? Let's say you Kokomo, you're an activist for homeless people to have a place to stay. Awesome. You have a house where there's enough space for someone else to live in there. Why don't you put a homeless person in your house? And then suddenly it's not so pretty. Give me a second, I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry. Just going to the bathroom. Yeah, that's the moral dilemma, indeed. That's why it's very hard for me to be an activist, because I feel like everything when it comes to activism feels hollow if you don't actually take action. And a lot of people, like, I can take, like, let's say, for a homeless person, living in your bathroom, in the floor of your bathroom, is more comfortable than literally living on the streets. So you can give it like a reason for you to put a homeless person anywhere in your house, and they will be better off than on the streets. But at the same time, I don't trust them. It's someone completely, like, they can do anything while I'm sleeping in my house. Even if they sound nice and they seem cool, it doesn't justify the action. So that's why, like, I try not to be hypocritical about it, you know? I don't preach any good stuff, because if you really try to boil down, it's very hard to back up being an activist. Like, you can always do more. That's the reality. You can always do more. Unless you're literally an activist that is within the group that needs something to be done for themselves. Then you only have things to gain because you barely have anything to yourself already. Activism has a problem of you can say more than to, yep. And it's very complicated to do more than just say. It's like I appreciate making changes with small things. There is many ways that you can improve someone's life without making that an activity, without making that part of your personality, without making that part of your day. Like, everybody can improve what they do slowly in order to help everybody. Fuck, you can vote well. Like, vote for the right people that can actually make a change within other people's lives. That already helps a lot. Because, like, a lot of those issues stem from the politics and the government. And who are you choosing to actually implement the money that the government takes us from the taxes that we have to pay, and is in egregious amounts?
에드님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명 원하시는 길을
Like if the power that controls everything is corrupt, then there's nothing that you as a single person without much can do to really change your outside. You can become Sonya, but we see how hypocritical the EuroDV is.
이것밖에 못하나.
They really don't. They really themselves ended up becoming corrupt in order to fight the corruption.
정확하게.
아니면 차마 내려놓을 수 없는 자신만의 이유 때문일까요?
Like, I would buy a homeless guy food, but I can barely feed myself, so I won't scream to anyone to feed the homeless. Indeed. Same.
결국은 이렇게 떨어지지.
Same. Like, it's one of those, you need to help yourself first in order to help other people. If you cannot take care of yourself, how do you plan on taking care of other people? Like you're not gonna make a change feeding a homeless person and then you end up being the person that needs to be fed.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에
But again, those conversations are very sensitive because everybody has their own opinions, everybody has their own walks of life.
먼지를 떨어내줘.
That's why I usually don't
때로는 어설펐지만
share political views in any type of way
제 마음을
because
그렇게 엮어보고 싶지 않아.
it can be complicated, you know.
다들 첫
You don't know who's listening. You don't know everybody's like walks of life and their past. I can only attest to myself and what I do in my own life.
지키기 위해서.
So by all means, you do whatever you want.
전탄 격발.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요. 그만둘 생각이 없어 보이네요.
목을 내놓고
포기하지
있도록.
않았던 악의 잠들고
이 정도쯤이야?
차마 내려놓을 수 없는 자신만의 이유 때문일까요?
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
저분은 어디 아프신 걸까요? 아까랑 다르게 기운이 없어 보여요.
정확하게.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수만.
자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
제가를 처음 쥔 형 누나들이랑
받아볼
비슷한
테니까.
느낌이네요. 아, 그러니까 어디가 비슷하냐면 편히 쉬시게. 팀을 얻은 분들
Hi, Sandy.
또 닮았답니다.
How are you doing?
다들
How was your stream?
도전을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일
아르카나
보아하는데도
차!
감회가 새로워요.
지키기 위해서.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라
받아볼 텐가.
수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
정의 이름으로
그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를. 그대 또한 잠들게.
It's also kind of funny how we discuss world problems here while Dawn screams about Japan. I mean,
먼지를 떨어내줘.
And we're gonna talk in length about Dawn's Justice very, very soon.
차라리
기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요. 모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
The stream went well, kinda annoyed about ending actually. Housemate agree I should end to hang out. I've been sitting alone in my room almost the entire time anyway. If I'm not mistaken, when the last time that I saw your stream a couple of hours ago, you were streaming 36 hours. So I feel like it's a good one for you to just take a break. You know, hang out, touch grass. Oh, look at us getting it again. Okay, we have some sinking stuff.
죽음 충동 억제. 관념.
And we come to the end. I was going to take a break regardless. Nice. And then that I'm happy. By the way, I don't know if you're willing, but I was gonna ask you if you wanna play some Enter the Gungeon tomorrow. Since you said that you downloaded it, I would love to give it a go. Because tomorrow I feel like I want to give it a break to the exercises. My body is sore and it's gonna be even worse tomorrow. I don't know what these totems I'm gonna do, but I feel like I should remove them. And this is one of those unopposed, yeah, so there's no point of me even trying to clash. Oh, okay.
나아가주게.
Sure, awesome. Then is a date. I'm gonna probably stream Library of Ruina in the morning, and then I will take a break of lunch. And in the afternoon, if you're free, then we can play Enter the Gungeon for a couple of hours. Touching grass reminded me I was searching for photos from the countryside, but didn't found any, so I might just take some tomorrow. Yes, awesome. I would love to see it. Okay. So he is more prone to taking damage. That's what the game is telling me. I never use this. Let me use it. Pigritia. Now I can do something nice. Yippee, yippee indeed. First time actually using this. I didn't even use on Kanto 7. Sorry, Kanto 6. My bad. Kanto 7 is yet to happen. So I found some that I took in Romania. So if you are interested, I can send them in the Discord. By all means, I love to see places. Makes me want to go there eventually one day, you know. Probably never gonna happen, but one can dream.
어라? 저쪽에 비틀거리시는 분이 보이네요. 이만 편히 눕혀드릴까요?
먼지를 떨어내줘.
전탄격발.
단탱이는 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요. 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말
Yeah.
강해지셨네요.
I knew you probably wouldn't die, but fetch. Yeah, I can at least try to kill the other one. I can kill both actually. Kill this one. It's in media. Thank you. I will check it up. Hello, Vernito. I once made a joke about how I could get a good night's sleep and used to be streaming. It's not a joke anymore now. Well, technically, I'm not still streaming. I streamed 3 hours in the morning, I took a break, and I came back probably an hour ago.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는.
Bloody hell. This is really getting on my nerves. Oi! Quit hiding us, yeah? Give us a proper view. Damn it. I hope that I wouldn't have to show them my true form. Though we couldn't be sure if there were multiple personalities in the Time Reaper's head, or if he was truly the voice of the many. We did hear several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. The Time Reaper, cornered, grabs the lapels of his long coat and... I will show you my true form! He's the Brain Reaper!
우와, 저건 어떻게 하는 걸까요? 역시 홍원 바깥.
Nice, it's all brains! Brains! He's very smart boy, indeed. Don't know how the brain gimmick works, but I'm just gonna hit it very, very strong, and hopefully that's gonna cut it. Let me offset those dodges, and let me. Okay, this is hopeless. This is hopeless. So we're gonna regret. Nice. And since this is unclashable, then we just gotta go crazy on it. Yes, I will moisturize very soon. As soon as I'm done here, Vernito, I will take a break of probably like 5 minutes and get me some of my dinner. And maybe yeah, I can just start grinding the event. I don't know how I grind the event, but I will grind the event for a bit. I do need to get ready for the day, so yeah, see you all. Enjoy your day / nights. Thank you, Verneto. You too. A lot of unopposing, but yeah, it works. I'll take it. Oh, but he's unopposing because they're slow, and I don't have enough the time gimmick. So yeah, it is what it is. No, you're gonna fuck fail the clash. Damn, he's really ripping us. Not that he did much. Good morning, Syntax. Welcome back. Hey, why are you poking my Ishmael? Can you stop?
저기요. 움직임이 멈췄는데 괜찮으신가요?
저기요.
단테님, 아무래도 의식을 잃으신 것 같아요.
We're gonna upset this. Dominate, 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 and dominate. Yes. We fired the event by doing this dungeon over and over again. You do this dungeon over and over again to grind it. The other way is by playing Mirror Dungeon and picking the TKT card pack. That's what I'm gonna do. I would do my Mirror Dungeons. Irritating little tricks. I really like the design. Both of the designs are great. The prior version and this version are both pretty cool. Oi, remember what you said earlier? Might be the time to put that to use. But, I'm sorry, doesn't it use too much time? It drains too much time from all of us. Shush, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us more than in the long term. This attack will surely eliminate them. Surely. Think of how much time we'll save by taking care of them here and now. We shall share this burden of time together.
준비되셨나요, 단테님?
Okay, I think he's gonna go for an all-out attack, guys. Is this the best damage you can come up with? Yep. Yeah, this is the best damage I can come up with. Gonna be funny. Even though yeah. Merso! No, this doesn't make sense. They had to work. More trick, is it? They didn't do nothing. Buddy, you just attacked me and now you're continuing the dialogue. Wait up. You took 5 hours from me earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 hours from me? You only took 2 hours from that sod. We will settle that as soon as we deal with this present threat. Focus on the battle now. Deal with this present threat when? In 3 hours? 4? This fight's been going on for too bloody long. I understand. That is why we must all sacrifice our collective time to... No, I ain't giving you more than an hour from my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short end of the stick last time when the numbers didn't evenly divided by 12. Shut up! About the last time. You're just an uneducated fool who doesn't even understand basic addition and subtractions. Oi, what the hell was that? Who said that? Is it the new one in it? They are starting to fight each other. Ah, I get it. You were saying that now is our chance, right? Yay! Our chance! Why you want to so much dodging, buddy? Ah, that's annoying. Shit. You have to offset that with some. Oh, this is the unclashable. Okay. You farm that. Okay. You did. Okay. YouTube censored me once again. I'm sorry, Kokomo. I did that right now, lol. Try to rip time from the timeless. Shaking my head, right? Could have taken a better target, but silly them.
총알값 아까울 놈은
어라? 저쪽에 비틀거리시는 분이 보이네요.
I don't know. Let's go. If I go to damage, I might regret here. Nah, let's clash.
받아볼 텐가.
Arcana Flavor. Ah, the damage.
단테님,
The brain damage.
굉장히 중요한 걸 잃으셨어요.
And you know I'm no stranger for, with brain damage.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
저분은 어디 아프신 걸까요? 아까랑 다르게
Okay.
기운이 없어.
받아볼 텐가.
No, what's going on? Yeah, maybe that was not the best idea that I had, you know, doing the overclock now. I appreciate that Rhodia tried to stop it from happening. Thank you, Rhodia. Someone's gotta be the villain. Whoa! Hello, everybody. I feel that some people might not survive this. But it was a big, it was a good damage.
이건 치명상이네요. 전투가 끝나고
Yeah, as I expected, some people did not survive.
치료가 어렵겠어요.
I kind of cooked myself there.
제가 느껴야 했던,
But you know, it was funny.
애써 묻어내지려 했던 감정.
So I'll let it slide.
큰일이네요. 이제 여러분의 죽음이
Why are you failing your clashes now?
우와,
Yay!
돌아오면 칭찬을
You know,
잔뜩
we're kind of
해주셔야겠네요.
cooked, but no, we're actually not cooked. It all worked fine. See, I knew from the start. I could even kill myself. Okay, let me read. Sandy sent a long one, the long boy. And whether I should have ended the stream or not, it's really not the issue. The issue is that I ended to spend time with the housemate. Then, and the company they brought over wanted some background noise, and I recommended my Michael's music VODs. But they decided that it was a better idea to play a video that was exclusively talking with visuals. And on top of that, they picked a video about animals brutalizing each other after I told them that I was on the cusp of a bad mental state. I ended up just going back into my room, and when I came out hours later, they were actively watching the same person. Background noise indeed. The pair have since left. Has been gone for hours. I mentioned to them that if I wanted to do something productive, I wouldn't have ended stream. Might as well not have, as I've been doing nothing since it ended. Oh, I'm sorry, Sandy. I'm sorry that it ended up not being what you were looking for. Not like a pleasant, you know, time spent. Since the whole gimmick of this story right now is being time and how to spend it. Clearly, I think, yeah, if those were the options, either do nothing or spend time with something that you don't like, it's better than to just keep streaming, I guess. Nah, again, sir, sorry. A bit of sidetrack, but Archer, do you have any good sprinters other than Bakushin? Because it's her time for the legend race. I have Bakushin and... who's also sprinting? Bakushin and Airgroove? I think my sprinters is Bakushin and Airgroove, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. If only I had 10 more minutes. No, a minute. A few more seconds even. I could have changed so much more if I only had the time. Or so I thought, once upon a time. So, what did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I am the creator of every change you see around you. I know what your burning question is. What changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place become no different from the other horrible nests. There's so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So listen up, and listen close. Because there's only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stopping time. Stop time? Our assistant's expression turned bitter, but did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the seniors were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time River to relay my question. Like always, the LCA's Special Operations Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Ripper as a distortion with a complicated classification code, and that's how the case of Time-Killing-Time closed. But I'm also I'm so happy that you finally caught the perpetrator. Aha! Behold, my portrait is finally complete. Isn't so wonderful. So slow, everyone. Let's stop being lazy and get to work. Yes. Chop chopper. What our assistant said much earlier was right. T-Corp did not change, not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be the bait for the Ripper, Honglu? I'll be honest, I was scared as hell the moment I began thinking about how my own time could just get ripped away from me. I just wanted to understand. Because to me, the world was full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time? Something so ephemeral? Yeah? But I know one thing. You understand the culprit, Rhodia. It wasn't just fear that held you back. While there was fear, a different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. How do you know that? Watching you, Rhodia, reminded me when I did not resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time.
무섭기만 했던 게
I wasn't
아니라
just scared.
그 마음이
I felt as though I could
날
understand
걷다는
them.
생각이 들었던 것 같아요.
공포가
When fear grows so extreme that it circles back to its origin, that moment is so precious and so beautiful. Alright, lads and lassies, gather around. We'll be running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of Time Killing Time. And for that, we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be alright for you, Ace Detectives? What an auspicious day this is! What's up with the long face, Rhodia? Everything's okay? I don't know if I even deserve to be in the picture. I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? But Rhodia, we eventually captured the culprit, didn't we? It was possible only because we all worked together. I'd say everyone did a good job out there. Rhodia, Honglu, Ryoshu, all three of you. Good work. You mean Honglu and Ryoshu? Just cowered as soon as I came face to face with the culprit. I was ridiculous. Well, it is sad that all great detectives are flanked by great assistants. That's funny. Is that what this Lady Agatha said? No, I said it just now. I'm the only one who's allowed to make that LF. Smile, detective. Right, can we huddle a little closer together? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small, when I haven't done anything? It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right then, 1, 2. Hold! Of course, she's trying to get into the picture even though she did nothing. Let me take a print screen. I'm still sad that Rhodia is still very uncomfortable to her position right now. But you know, it's a growth process. No, okay. This is another one. I love Don Quixote just behind bars. Chief Executive Director, it's time. Mai, thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. I make sure not to get a speck of dust on it, so don't you worry about having to run through the washer. Executive Director? When did he? It's been so long since I had a day this exciting. Thanks, participation trophy. I just like to experience how it's like the outside the company building from time to time, you know? Shouldn't he be thanking us from solving the case, not, you know? Let's see. Considering your rather competent command of the battlefield and that is special ability of yours, maybe you could even snag the exceptional actually, no. Perhaps you'd receive the distinctive award instead since you can't explain the mechanisms of your own powers. Your clock does seem quite special, but the time that flows through you doesn't seem very different from the concept of time I'm used to. Okay, let me guess. Is my guy here part of the Damien group of people? Just because he's all in blue, and by this point, anyone just wearing pure blue, I feel like is working with Damien by this point. Well, I don't have any prize money to hand out, but allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, using the power of time comes with a cost. Always. It's something that's been a thorn in my side as well. Oh, and another thing I should thank you for. My dream began to flow once again. On the day I ventured out to the edges of and wished upon a star, I thought my dream to have ceased there, never to flow again. I would have wished for something completely different had I had the chance to wish again, but I believe my only chance spent. A star. I don't understand why, but a mere mention of it suddenly brought back memories of the star that I saw when I made the pact with the sinners. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that I could never turn back time. Vile men like myself know when their dreams come to an end, when there is no path left for the dream to go on. But I was wrong. There it was, something rewinding a time right before my eyes in a way that I could not fathom. Well, it's my current hypothesis that you're not actually rewinding time, but a potential is a potential still. And that distortion that rips time, it's another proof that I do not know all there is to know about time. Not yet. So my dream of once still as a lake has become wild as a rushing river once again. Your indifferent, unafraid attitude towards time, it's always left me an impression. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is, that it will continue to drift on and on and on, even after my death. And I think about how that's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but I'm not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to constant change. Those who dare to tread upon the road of illusion from death and annihilation shall soon find themselves before another wall of what they had sought to flee from the first place. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing like the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed. Therein lies the conundrum. Until time itself ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flow. I'm having trouble following your train of thought. Dante says that they are having trouble following your train of thought. Huh? Oh, apologies. I must have thinking out loud. You must understand how someone might forget who they're talking when the listener has nothing to say in response but intermittent ticks and talks. I suppose that was probably too much for a manager of an upstart business to understand, yes? Does this conclude the business of the 10 billion on time tax? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would have happened if the case like this for you to solve didn't exist? Can you believe that you almost had to live the rest of your lives stretching a measly 4 hours over an entire day? Unbelievable! A little nap and you wake up 2 whole days later. Well, that is, if the 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but I understand. Then... Oh, almost slipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog Limbus company handed me? That monolith in there really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them, as many as you have in stock. Wait, the monolith is the monolith that causes the distortion that we got from the blade lineage? Cheers, that's a sales made. It was really pricey too. Who knows, maybe this will get you that commendation or whatever it is. So, wait, we are actually selling the stuff we're getting? Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. It's funny that this is news to everybody, probably, besides Faust and Vergilius. The monolith. What are you planning to do with? It's a secret. Things that to be realized must remain shrouded in the hearts under the starless sky. Let's go, Mai. Yes, Director Herbert. This company is growing increasingly bizarre, Miss Faust. Not only we're providing distortion management service, but also dipping our feet into the sales of artifacts like the monolith. I don't believe that the monolith should be easily bought or sold. It seems I see them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. But I don't think it's up to you to make that decision, is it, Vergilius? You do understand the ramifications of selling artifacts that could force a distortion, I trust. The world is aplenty with technology capable of maiming or slaughtering a fellow human. Not all those have started with the intent to do harm. In fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. In other words, it depends. Do you really believe this to be a matter that you can just brush aside with? Vergilius, you know my place, yours as well. You are aware that we are not provided the luxury of choice. We will both reach what end of us we both each what each of us desire. That is a guarantee. Fine. The peculiar exchange between Faust and Vergilius, the bus sets off on another journey. I really enjoy that. I feel like Vergilius is starting from this canto to develop his own sense of morality. I feel like he's not so much now abiding by the laws of his contract, since he already, broke his contract once. I can feel like he's starting to be more into, I don't know if we're doing this right, where False is still very like law abiding by the rules. I was working on the pathfinding world, however, slowly. Actually made progress on the quest for once. Then it gets cut short for literally nothing, just a waste of time. Time killing time, Sandy. Time killing time. But how's everything with the Pathfinder? I would love to actually geek out with you and talk about it. If you start stream again, I will hop to your stream as soon as I'm done here. I should end the stream in maybe 1 or 2 hours. Yeah, you let me know. Yeah, let's see. I'll make Tremor my 5th team. Hello, Astrologer Dalek. Sorry that I did not say hello to you. I was just trying to finish the dialogue. TKT was so fun indeed. I'm having a great time. This was a very good intervallo. I really enjoyed the music in it. I really enjoy the back and forth. It's nice for us to actually spend time with very few sinners for a change, because you can just, get to know more about them, especially Honglu. Blue guy, Mr. Yapology, dropping in for a quick hi, bye. Hello there, free shoot. Sorry that I did not say hi, bye to you. Thank you so much for coming, and bye bye. Hi and bye. Bye bye, Flo. I think, yeah, it's that monolith. Well, it seems my time has come and fall into slumber once again. Have fun and have a great day. Bye bye. Bye bye, Kokomo. Thank you so much for hanging out. We finished time killing time, and I appreciate that all of you could have witnessed it. So, thank you, thank you. Oh, you're framing it already? Ever since we returned to the bus, Rhodia was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subject they were interested in. Quite! Aha! Thus, this achievement have been memorialized for all eternity to come. Aha, do you intend to put it up for display? In her hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases, coating it with a thin film, and displaying it carefully in a frame. We could barely tell it was her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be part of the photograph. Much do I desire to hang in here for all to see, but this doth carry great meaning indeed, as my very first accomplishment. Thus shall I place it in my chamber for safekeeping. I love that the actual article was more focused on me, Honglu, Ryoshu, and Rhodia, and everything that it has to do with Don Quixote was kind of blurred out, but she's still making it all about herself. Boy, you're really stoked about a shaky picture of yourself, huh? Don't be a buzzkill, darling. Chiquita's happy about it, and that's what matters, right? It matters not, for this is a signifier of our achievements. Yeah, our achievement. Rhodia was laughing and cheering along with her, as though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yeah, I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Pause. Can you ask Vergilius where we headed next? Vergilius, Dante asks. At least when we're talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur, even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes. I've come to realize that it's about time that the manager asked me for some information regarding our next destination. Lucky. I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the sinners' attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination? Too bad I got more than I bargained for. Is to a warp train, Dante. I didn't just clear the air. That statement alone caused a whole storm amongst the sinners. Yeah, the so warp train. And since lockdown, I think I would be incapable of ever riding one. For obvious reasons. I arrived once more from a downpour of rain outside. At least it's raining, so it's probably very fine around here. But yes, we have a familiar siren and murder on the Warp Express, which by the name itself, I can already feel what's gonna be. And I cannot wait to get there, because probably it's gonna be another investigation time. But talking about time, it's time for time killing time. Okay, let me do some more level ups. Let me finish level 50 for my Wild Hunter. And let's start leveling other folk. Actually, let me go from top to bottom now. Level 50, Rhodia. And we're gonna put level 50 Queen of Hatred. But yes, let's do a mirror dungeon because we have exactly 5. Actually, let me do this. And then I can just refill with Lunacy if I need. And maybe we can just do the 2 mirror dungeons that I have since I have weekly bonus. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I rolled 3 5 tails on a 45 SP. I'm done. Yeah, the odds sometimes are just not with us. I come to get to know that very well. You know, a nebulizer early game. Ooh, yeah, I think I'm gonna go here. Even though I'm going to do sinking. I don't know what surgery this is gonna be, but I got it. Oh, painkiller. Cool. Oh, the encaphaling head. Charge ego. Damn, why are my chances of getting stuff so low?
실패했네. 이제 본인이
Okay.
하지 않아지는가?
죽음 충동 억제.
Uh,
양념 봉인.
okay, I think I'm gonna go all the way before the boss, and then I'm gonna stop for probably 5 minutes, make my food, and come back and continue as I eat.
단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어 주시겠죠?
Actually, I should have actually saw where when I can do the time killing time pack.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은
Probably the next one or the third one.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
괜찮아요, 단테님. 이럴 때도 있는 법이죠.
Arcana beats.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요. 기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요. 모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼
지키기
말이에요.
위해서
속에서
저분은 어디 아프신 걸까요? 아까랑 다르게 기운이 없어 보여요.
이제
But you know, reindeers could be very good for my team. Because the reindeer's whole gimmick is charge and sinking. So it kind of fits with Queen of Hatred and Despair, and Knight of Despair, because they are both charge and sinking. So it's all within the charge sinking vibe. The only problem is that they are not very like P-enter friendly. I always need to be, looking up for their actions and skills, but
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를
that could be a good
이끌어주는 건
combo.
단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어 주시겠죠? 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
And if I get them, I can try to do a team more leaned toward charge and mix up charge and sinking. More than just get a bunch of sinking like I'm doing right now.
떼어내주지. 저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니
불길 속으로
마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한번 베푼 이상 납작
그렇게 서
부리랍니다.
있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
직접 밝혀주마.
기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요. 모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
Okay, and then we're here. Okay, got some sinking here. We're gonna get nebulizer, so getting Clover would be a good one as well. That in mind. But yeah, I'm gonna do my dinner. I'm gonna put the be right back, and again, be right back, guys.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어 주시겠죠?
And I'm back for more, probably an hour or two. Hello, Cecilia Creator. Hello there, Free Shoots. I was making my dinner, and today, sorry, today we have rice and sticky fried chicken. That's a delicious dinner. Thank you, thank you. Oh, damn it. Arcana pizza. Delicious rice.
첫 여정을
Delicious
시작했을
chicken.
때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
차라리
매일 보아왔는데도
아무것도 남지 마라.
감회가 새로워요.
전탄격발.
아, 여기서 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는.
If I wasn't lazy and I had green onions, I could probably do fried rice
이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시
with
따라오나 봐요.
this sticky fried chicken.
모두가 노력한 덕분에
But because I'm both
업무가
right now
일찍 끝날 것
lazy
같은
and there's no green onion, then it's just gonna be plain rice. And what humans call macadonalds. Ah, yeah, the great blocker of of arteries. Sorry, as we humans call it. Okay, I'm looking for clover. I am looking for thinking trees to your tree, but I don't think I'm gonna get anything. I could settle for for this one here. Get coin. Coin is decent. I don't have a lot of uncoiners on my team, but there's the egos. I can just get also trash crab brain line and you know use it as material for. I can also get endorphin kit, but I hate automated factory. I'm gonna get this. I have to work early tomorrow, so I'll probably join the stream after 2 if you're still streaming at that time. I don't think I will. But tomorrow, I am planning on playing Enter the Gungeon with Sandy. Since Sandy ended up downloading it. So tomorrow after Library of Ruina, I will be tackling the Gungeon with someone else.
제가를 처음 쥔 형 누나들이랑 비슷한 느낌이네요. 아, 그러니까
먼지를
어디가
떨어내줘.
비슷하냐면 아, 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 또 닮았답니다.
Indeed.
편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
It's probably easy.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니
나아가주게.
마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
잠든 속에서
너도 누군가에겐 나도
묻혀 잠들어. 후회하네. 갇혀 죽어라.
죽음 충동.
I may need to be your friend on Steam for what I recall. Oh, that's easy. Yeah, we can just add each other. No problem.
제가를 처음 쥔 형 머들이랑 비슷한 느낌이네요. 아, 그러니까 어디가 비슷하냐면 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
이 정도쯤이야?
감회가 새로워요. 좋아. 그대 또한 잠들게. 저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니.
먼지를 떨어내줘.
마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 다 죽어라. 한번. 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
사냥감인가? 몸이 끓어오르는군.
제가를 처음 쥔 형
받아볼
누나들이랑
텐가.
비슷한 느낌이네요. 그러니까 어디가 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로 이웃.
풍속에서
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요?
을 내놓고 있도록
실수로 주셨더라도
직접
상관없어요.
발견.
한번 베푼
직접
이상
놓아주마.
납작 불입이랍니다.
가둘 수 없다면
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Ooh, whale! Rupture poise. Let me fight it.
사랑과
I'm gonna make it sink.
지금 이곳에 등장.
즐거움. 언제나 순탄치 않았고 때로는 어설펐지만 여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었답니다. 그렇게 여기서 멈추고 싶지 않아요, 단테님.
받아볼 텐가.
I've sent you my friend code for Steam. No. Nice, I will be adding you as soon as I'm done here.
히어 아르카나 빛. 차.
단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
직접 밝혀주마.
Ah, delicious. Okay. No. Good dinner. Good dinner.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요.
I sent you a friend
이것도
invite.
분명 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어 주시겠죠?
Let's see. Best killer, maybe. Yep. Let me just do this. Oh God, we're struggling here. Why is the struggle buzz so hard here? What the fuck is going on, guys? Wow. Yum yum yum. Yum yum yum.
받아볼 텐가.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Yeah, alter to me what you think the ideal is.
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Dumb whale. Yeah, by all means, make them sing. I need to find time to actually cook something again.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
갇혀 죽어라.
방금은 실수였던 거죠?
I usually don't cook. I have like I already have like a fried chicken and that it was like cold. I just had to warm it up on my microwave. I had rice all planned out and ready to, you know, just rice it up.
자, 봤지?
간혹 큰
난
충격을
믿어주면
받으면 환으로 인해
배신하지 않아.
고단한 부위가 떨어지는 걸 본 적이 있어요. 저분도 한쪽이 무너져 내린 이상 그 전만큼의 힘을 쓰긴 어려울 테죠.
Actually, yeah. Yeah, that's better.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지. 지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
단테님, 저분이 방금 굉장히 중요한 걸 잃으셨어요.
정의보다도 큰 자유, 사랑보다 붉은 자유.
And more crimson than love. The name of those buried destiny. I shall make this oath to the light. Mark the hateful beings who stand before us. Let your strength merge with mine, so that you may deliver the power of love to all. Arcana slave. The connection here is not the best, so I am hearing you from the past. And from the past I say, time kills time.
괜찮아요, 단테님. 이럴 때도 있는 법이죠.
결국은 이렇게 떨어지죠.
And I kill the whale. And I got the endorphin kit and I ended up passing. Okay, okay. Take this. Come on, game. I know you can do better than that. And I know you can produce me a pretty good clover. No. Just this cannot produce. Oh, I can do this. And I got my clover.
버틀러 차원 가방.
I think that Time Reaper kills time. Don't tell him I said that. I feel like he is now locked up in T-Corp. So it's gonna be hard for me to reach him.
형 누나들이랑 비슷한 느낌이네요.
But don't tell him that.
아, 그러니까 어디가 비슷하냐면 아, 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 똑 닮았답니다.
정확하게.
그대 또한 참 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
지키기 위해서. 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 나아가주게. 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 납장 불입이랍니다. 아,
Good job, B-Sung. That was pretty ideal, buddy.
묵은 먼지도
I won't say a thing if you're dumb. Sure.
단테님, 저분이 방금
My
굉장히
lips
중요한
are
걸
sealed.
들으셨어요. 기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요. 모두가 단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
Bye bye, big crab. This might be written down in the book too. Hello, Ricardo. Welcome. Long time no see. How are you doing? What's written in the book, sir? Thou shalt not steal hair coupons. Okay. Where is the time-killing time pack? Maybe it's the fourth one? Maybe it's the fourth one. I don't think it's this one. This is gonna give me a pretty good ego, so I'm gonna go with this. Can I touch the pretty flower? Oh yeah. Damn it, I forgot that this is the basic reward. Shit! That was silly of me.
준비 완료했습니다.
It's all good. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. Shit! I should have known better. I forgot that the normal reward is what CPM.
제가를 처음 진 형 누나들이랑 비슷한 아, 그러니까 어디가 비슷하냐면
Hello, fourth or fifth floors. It can appear on either. Okay, feeling quite luscious today. Not the gossip. Yeah, I got the flower. You know, it happens. It happens. I know. I'm not gonna find anything too difficult, so it's gonna be fine. And I'll just fuse it with something. It's gonna be great. You know,
정말 강해지셨네요.
the gossip is gonna do shit.
지금은 감회가 새로워요.
전탄격발.
단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요. 단테님, 저분이 방금 굉장히 중요한 걸 잃으셨어요.
I need to remember that the only good answer for that encounter is literally just do nothing and go away. Anything else will result on me getting the freaking flower. I was known as a run killer in real. I'm not gonna die here just because of the flower. It's gonna be fine. It's just 2 more encounters. This is another one, and that's
제가
it.
처음 진 형 누나들이랑 비슷한 느낌이네요. 아,
불길
그러니까
속으로.
어디가 비슷하냐면 힘을 얻은
So I
분들
was playing with
특유의
big game Limbus Company today and got Crush Bound Pass for Melee Soul. Nice! Funny enough, I got as well.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
Congratulations, I got it in 20 pulls, so I'm pretty happy, pretty happy.
지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Could have been better, but still.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
이렇게 떨어지죠.
We are crush bounding our past.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요?
Kind of pointless for me, but let me see how it goes.
주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 낙장 불입이랍니다.
I would like to thank you once again for the barber recommendation.
차라리
Look at you guys extending barbershops. I also wanted the T-Core bolters, but got the manager Don Quixote said, no, I got nothing. I really just got the ego. But again, better than nothing. And again, since I'm using Merso quite often, and that's a pretty good ego, especially for damage. You can really do like a big number, especially if we're talking like if you can apply other like damaging tremors like Scorch.
제가 처음 진 형 누나들이랑 비슷한
청징청.
느낌이에요. 아, 그러니까
Damn it, I
어디가
ended up not using
비슷하냐면
shit.
불길 속으로.
아, 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 똑 닮았답니다.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요. 저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요?
목을 내놓고 있도록.
실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 낙장 불입이랍니다.
나도
직접
누군가에게
발견.
접했으니
꿈속에서
결국은 이렇게 떨어지죠.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라
목을 내놓고
수고
있도록.
많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐
지키기
놓으셨으니
위해서
그 끝에 고요한 휴식이
이 정도쯤이야?
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
아르카나 빛!
Arcana beats.
직접 밝혀주마.
좋아, 다 죽어라.
결국은 이렇게 떨어지죠.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
Oh well, I got actually nothing. Both of you did better than me. Oh, I'm so sorry.
불길 속에.
I don't even have other blood fiends on my team, just barber ultis. I have no blood fiends. If I get any, I was just like, yay. First of many.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
can get dust to dust just for fusions. Since I'm poisoning, I can do clear water. No. Oh yeah, might get CPM. Forgot about that. Yay, clear water. And now I can just focus on sinking. Wait, at least you got Wild Hunt himself. I sharded it.
끓어오르는군.
I sharded it. But regardless, thank you so much.
즐거운
I really wanted to have my guy here, Wild Hunt.
여러분과
Sad that I wasn't able to use it during its own canto,
겁니다.
but at least I'm using it now.
그렇게 여기서 멈추고 싶지 않아요.
Sorry.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
I must leave now. There is one last task before work is done for the day. Good. Have a good one there, free shoots. I see you the next one. Man, I gotta do my Limbus weeklies. Has me on a chokehold. At least it's just chokehold. It could be the other hold that people apparently are very into.
사랑으로.
But yeah, I can get it. You know, Limbus is pretty. Like this is one of those games that even if you're not really in the mood of playing it, as soon as you start, it's kind of like a bottomless,
마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요?
bottomless. Yeah, bottomless trap hole.
상관없어요.
You cannot stop very easily.
한번 베푼 이상
So yesterday I was like, it was pretty late. It was like probably 2 a.m. whenever I was doing my like dailies for like my games, and I got to Umamusume,
공격이 잘 먹히는
and I was just going to do the simple things, and I was going to leave the like I was just doing one career, and then I ended up doing like 3 careers and doing a lot of races, and the game actually gave me like 3k carrots because I think a lot of the ranking stuff were done. So, but yeah,
함께 전쟁에
it's a
나서는 건
pretty
아니지만
the game gets you.
저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명
보다볼텐가.
저희를 잘 이끌어주시겠죠?
Between Two Worlds is such a cool song indeed. It's actually on my playlist. Ricardo Gaming, hi. Yeah, the gaming guys. You guys are the gaming people.
묵은 먼지도
I actually shared this music with a friend. This is such a good one.
전격발.
I will say, even though all the other music from like the end of the cantos are pretty good, this is still probably my favorite one. It's very epic,
새로워요.
and I appreciate how it just changes. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Yay! Time killing time! This is what we're looking for! The time that kills time! But let me see if I can refresh for something better. Damn it, game! I might not get it if I don't do this. Wait, I cannot manually refresh for time killing time? Oh, I can. Yay! Okay, this is better. I don't wanna risk it. Cardo Gaming, should you do something about Heathcliff? You just gotta let them go like that? I mean, sometimes you don't have anything to do, you know? You just gotta accept and move on. Like, what are you gonna be doing? Beating a dead horse? In this case, a dead wolf? I'm gonna get Heathcliff eventually. You know, if you take too long, you don't know. He might power up. At least this intervalo has such cool jazzy music that is a pleasure to go through. My favorite Project Moon Millie song is Children of the City, but you're not there yet in Ruina. I will say my favorite Ruina music is the Queen of Hatred music. And it's not just because I had to fight her 10 times. It was because the music was really good. So, even though I had to fight her 10 times, it was actually a good experience because the music was so good. TKG Pack has one of the best Tremor gifts, making Thumberso roll like 40 on his S3 and 55. Which one is the clock? I have learned a new technique called Super Sing. I'm sure I can get a clip for that. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. I think you're a little behind. I think that would have rolled if we're talking about maybe 20 years ago. But, you know, that's kind of like entry level. That second warning's Renever. Yes, second warning. Yes, that is the name indeed. And what a good music that is.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
불길 속으로
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 지키기 위해서 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
Third warning is better IMO. I mean, I don't know if I heard it. I just enjoyed it.
편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
불길 속으로
그 끝에 고요한 휴식.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로 이웃차 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
My third warning is better MO. It's for a WoW app note. Nice. Ricardo Gaming approves Tremor teams. I was actually wanting to get the Otis because I find Tremor teams probably to be the most fascinating ones. You know, Tremor by itself is terrible, but if you do more things with it and you have the different types of tremors, you know how to combine them and you know how to exploit them and you know how to burst them in the right time, Tremor is really remarkable with its what it does. Ooh, Chalice of Trickle Down. The clash okay, this is very good. Euro deviant entities? What are the Euro deviant entities? Now I don't remember them. I don't even know if I have any. Cannot see now. The only issue is that only 2 fights have it. Most Alephs are relegated to floor realizations, unfortunately.
제가를 처음
Damn,
뵌
it.
형 누나들이랑
Gonna be a
비슷한
treat to go to Aleph.
그러니까 어디가 떨어지셨나요?
We all love Envy Resonance teams, the middle specifically.
똑 닮았답니다.
Envy Resonance, I feel like they should do, because there's like, I don't see people doing like, you know, other Resonance focus teams if it's not if not it's Envy. I feel Envy is the only one that you can really do whole teams for it, and there's a bunch of characters that you can pick and choose and get great results for it. Maybe Wrath, maybe Wrath as well. But I don't feel like we have like, oh, a solo, I don't know, Gloom team, or like a solo Pride or Sloth, you know? So I feel like it would be fun if they go like a full, like a all, you know, all Sloth, all Pride, all Gloom. I feel like a lot of the Gloom attacks are actually pretty weak. They all tend to be like S1s. So they're just more like builders than like spenders most often. Most often, that's not the rule. Pride Rest teams are a thing too, but mostly used for generating poise via Torkolja Falls in the Ryoshu. Okay, didn't know about that. Okay, so Pride is also a thing. You know, Pride! Let's go, gays! The middle is just built different. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I think even though Pride might be a thing, it's probably not to the extent that you can do Envy. Because Envy, you have the W Corps. Envy, you have the middle. Envy, you have a lot of good IDs for you to play with. Even ones that I'm not even mentioning here. But no, we're gonna get there. Talking about Pride. If I got 5 bits every time the way I said Pride, now I have 10 bits. I mean, if you're gonna keep giving as more as I talk, I can just say Pride non-stop. I can be a Pokemon. I can be the Pride Pokemon. Pride, Pride. Pride. Pride, Pride. Pride. Pride, Pride. Pride, Pride. Pride. Pride.
준비 완료했습니다.
Pride, 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 Pride. Pride, 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 Pride. Pride, 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 Pride.
아, 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 똑 닮았답니다.
Pride. And Pride. 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 Pride, Pride. 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 Okay, I'm done then. The Pridemon is back into his Pokeball. Or it's back to the Digivice. Yeah, since I said Mon. Is the manager Dawn even good without all Blood Fiends? I think she is, but it's not the same. I think she's really, really good whenever she has all the Blood Fiends. I think she takes too long to build up her resource if it's her by herself. Rules of the Backstreets. Oh yeah. How's the swing, jazz, electro, dubstep music, the Time Reaper? Awesome. Probably my favorite song that's not like a Millie song.
마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한번 뵙던 이상 낙장 불입이랍니다. 그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Very, very, very simple. Out of everything that's not a melee song, this is probably my favorite one in the game right now. The vibe is cool. The jazzy electro vibe. I think jazz is such a cool,
저건 어떻게 하는 걸까요?
like, because okay, I am a sucker for saxophones. So anything that has saxophones in it, you already got me. So I mean, is not a very fair, you know, shot. Okay.
받아볼 테니까.
Lei Hang and Middle Finger Dojo exist. Lei Hang and Middle Finger. Damn, Middle Finger. Go fuck yourself too. Manager Dawn still wrecks shit without her team. Having her team just makes her more busted. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. She still can build her gimmick. It just takes longer. That's it. But you can still make her work.
총알값 아까워요.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
From what I've seen,
이제 모든 짐
let me just say this. From what I've seen,
먼지를 떨어내줘.
that's overclock, baby.
잠든 그대를 기리.
We have the resource to pay for it.
비명을 질러라.
지키기 위해서.
이걸 뭐 피해?
Those hateful beings that stand before my path. Beings that are neither good nor evil. Beings that deserve to be purged. I shall show them the great power of love. None of this matters. Someone has to fill the role of a villain. And that's you. Pew! I am the chosen one. I'm not like you. I'm different!
단타님, 저분이 방금
Okay, Lei Hang isn't until Canto 8, so he has yet to change his opinions.
결국은 이렇게 떨어지죠.
You're talking about music? I still abide by what I said. From everything that I've heard so far, in my personal opinion, this is my favorite song in Limbus Company. For now. But again, yes, if there's something better, by all means, I am a human, and I will say, hey, this is actually better than that. For my personal, you know, taste. Can I just... Yeah, I cannot do time killing time again. Damn it! I love to kill time again. If that's not an option. I can just do this, this, and this. Yeah, that's a good way. I love my mom. She just came home and brought me some sweet popcorn.
끓어오르는군.
I love it. It's just delicious. It's cheap as fuck.
제가를 처음 쥔 형 누나들이랑
You gotta be careful because I don't wanna burst the
아,
package.
그러니까 어디가
아.
비슷하냐면
만만치
힘을
않겠군.
얻은 분들
Yeah, music. My personal favorite is Distorted Heathcliff. Those guitars sounds awesome. Oh,
전탄격발.
다들 첫 여정을
I don't remember.
시작했을 때보다
actually.
정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은
I wouldn't even to go back and
내 안에 갇혀주마.
to listen to it.
여기서
Get in, boys.
먹히는군요.
I'm sorry, Ricardo. I don't know why you know, put hopes in them.
다 죽어라.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요?
그
몸을 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한번 베푼 이상
But you know, it's okay because you know, the middle never forgets.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가는
And to be fair,
수고 많으셨어요.
it's not even fair to them. Like I have so many ego gifts by now. Poor guys.
끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
Ricardo, do you know what's best than become a Super Saiyan?
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏
Teach your
살아가는
guys the power of negative coins.
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
That by itself could just make them win. That's a martial art you should be, you know, focusing on.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
The close contender is Kanto 5 Battle F1.
사냥을 위해서라면
Kanto 5 Battle F1. 5 Battle F1. What is that one? You don't remember that one. Yeah, until Kanto 11, and you're gonna see SSJ3 Ricardo. Mark my words. I mean, maybe okay. Maybe you can acquire ego. That would be a good one as well.
비슷한 느낌이네요. 아, 그러니까 어디가
불길 속으로.
비슷하냐면 아, 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 똑 닮았답니다.
찢어 밝혀주마.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가
목은
새로워요.
뭔지도
아,
편히
여기선
쉬시게.
이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
저희에게도 이런
By the way,
힘을
Ricardo, do you know how to use Shin and Mong?
시가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도
먼지로
상관없어요.
떨어내줘.
한번 베푼 이상 낙장 불입이랍니다.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
사랑으로
In the name of love, Ricardo. That's actually pretty cool.
정화되었네.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏
불길
살아가느라
속으로.
수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
결국은 이렇게 떨어지죠.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
In the name of hair, Ricardo.
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
He used his luscious locks to fight the enemy.
단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니. 다 죽어라.
I don't remember by your fight. If you're Shin and Mong in there. Maybe you did. I just don't remember. Hmm. That's actually a pretty good one. Do you see what the inner ego did to Ricardo? He would still have an arm if he knew how to use them. I mean, that's what I might guess. I don't think Ricardo used any Mung or Shin during that fight. Or at least not Mung. I think that I thought that that power up that he used, now thinking back, might be Shin, but I don't think he produced any Mung. And I still have an arm full. I mean, you bought a new prosthetic arm. That was my shoulder, and I did never do that. Delusional.
전탄격발.
지키기 위해서.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니
달릴 시간이다.
마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아,
불길 속으로.
실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 낙장 돌입이랍니다. 단테님, 저분이 방금 굉장히 중요한 걸 잃으셨어요.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
후회를 새길.
Lupo.
매일 보아왔는데도 아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
끝이
And it died.
정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서
Yay, I killed some time.
거지?
Now, that wasn't much. You know, I'm a little disappointed. Only like 140? I think I might just farm the event. I think it's gonna be a little more prolific than trying to do Mirror Dungeon. Oh, but everyone in the observation logs for Glupo all hate that things cry. Why? It's like a little goat.
영맥이 없군. 겨우 이 정도의 작자들이었나? 네 상관의 이름과 위치를 대라. 그놈 목까지 들고 가지 않으면
Let's do
수지타산이
let's do the other minis before I end up forgetting. Oh. Just 1 second. I'm chewing. Right. I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultations with the sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than I expected. So where we are now, the therapist. So, why are you writing that notebook? Oh, this? I thought writing them down could come in handy later, in case I have to remember something. Heathcliff been holding that notebook in his hands ever since the session started. It didn't seem like he was making a full recording of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. Are you writing about Catherine? Won't deny that that's a part of it. His expression became inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. Take a quick glance at the pages. Its contents are disorganized and chaotic as he's drawing, but I also noticed that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant moments in our journey, records of memories he doesn't want to lose. Mr. Gentleman Apple, could you add me later in Limbus Company? By all means, sure. Send it away. I don't know if you are on our Discord, Ricardo, but all of our IDs, or most of us, shared the IDs on my Discord. We have a whole category for Limbus Company there, and there is an ID section. So if you want to also, just mass send invitations. My ID is there as well. Well, it ain't nothing important. Right, if we're done here, I'm off. Eclipse takes the notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. As in long before Rhodia practically burst through the door. Hey, saw Heathcliff leaving the room just now and thought it was my turn. That was a pretty quick meeting, huh? Yeah, we didn't really talk about much. I don't know what's gotten into him lately. He's been so tame? Well, I am not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Rhodia? Rhodia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She really didn't seem too different from her usual self. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but... Hey, so, I think there's something we have to talk about today. Yeah? Oh, you're so serious today. What's up? Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of timekillingtime, Rhodia? I don't know. What did I say? A lot. Rhodia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. I'm starting to grow uncertain whether this is a good time to bring this up when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. But his overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that still hurts, isn't it? I sit there, looking at Rhodia and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Nice. I might join them. Yes, the Discord link is over on the description. By all means, you are free to join, free to talk, free to hang out with us. It's pretty fun. And everybody is very tame and polite and nice. Yeah, this is exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? I'm talking about the time you asked about me about Sonia. About what would have happened if you... The alarm had to choose this precise moment, when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up, to go off. Wait, that was... I reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system. And not long after that brief bust, plays from the speaker installed in my room. Testing. Announcing from the driver's seat. All units taking R&R on the bus must assemble in the hallway ASAP. I repeat, all units taking R&R on the bus. Driver seat, Karen seat. Stop pulling me! I am in the process of relaying a very important announcement. Stop getting in the way between Karen and Matthew. Regini's zip sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus PA system before Karen and Otis' brief squabble came to an abrupt end. My new backdoor thingy? That's what the alarm usually means, right? Let's see. I'm gonna guess this one's for a refraction railway. Well, not a fan of those railways. They're so exhausting. Rhodia grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question. What you standing around for, Dante? Come on, aren't you going to see what's going on? Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Rhodia all in the hallway. I should go eat because it's them 3:30 a.m. right now, so yeah, gonna go, good night, chat. Good night, sleep well, Moses. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out for so long. Please rest well. See you in the next one. Out on a very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises. The sinners were each sharing their ideas as to what this alarm might be for. It's got to be refraction railway this time, right? Yep, line 4 most likely, huh? This is gonna suck, isn't it? Attention! The executive manager has arrived. I've assembled your forces already in a timely manner. Thanks. Welcome, Dante. I heard the radio. Is the refraction railway this time? Yes, the 4th line of the refraction railway to be exact. See ya. Oh my god, caller, right? Refreshing. Hey, I think they're getting used to this. WTHAWGI. Well, this is harkening at when the hell. It appears that she is requesting information pertinent to our schedule regarding our entry to the railway. To be exact, I think she's asking when the hell are we going in? I love that Sinclair always blushes because he's low-key proud that he already got exactly everything that Ryo's just talking about. Ryoshi, who had been listening with a knitted brow as each senior hazarded their guesses, appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money, as usual. Hey, at least Gregory and Isan got half of that right too. The bus alarms weren't the only thing growing increasingly familiar to us. The seniors were really getting to know one another as well. Well, let's go check it out now. Then I shall open the gates. I really want to get the railways. It's a gimmick that the game has been talking about for so long and I haven't done once. The door opens with a creak, and a bright blue light fills my vision. The blue ambience almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line completely different from line 3 and its orange hue. Manager Esquire, behold these curtains, these masks, I say, vision of party lay before us, forsooth. Masks? I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again, with my eyes. It was as she said, the walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wonder if this has something to do with the theme of enemies we're about to meet there. Ooh, hi, there, Heather, one and all. Here's a woman, her appearance a spitting image of Lady Otis. What? There was an urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Don Quixote was with the other sinners in town. And there she was, an exact copy of Otis standing before us. I hope this isn't anything serious. Whoa, she wasn't kidding! I hope this isn't a lure left behind by abnormality or something like that. Oh wait, how about we don't tempt fate, lad? But she's quite unlike Otis, and shrouded in a weird shadow. Well, look, here's one that looks just like me. Hung Lu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. When he raised his arm, the shape raised his hand. When he closed his eyes, the shape closed its eyes. Right, almost like a shadow with the darkness in its mimicry. Wait, that looks like one of Hung Lu's identities. I noticed too, 3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on? We'd be much better off if they are just some byproduct of abnormality. However, if they are clones, we must move swiftly to exterminate them, Executive Manager. I request that you immediately order us to prepare for a battle. Give me a second. I'll ask False first if... No, you must make a judgment call at this instant. If they are indeed clones, then the head will... This isn't the first time she asked me to make a decision like this, but... She's never been this serious or adamant about it before. Yi-sung noticed the tension and quickly stepped in between the two of us. Miss Falls, would you kindly share what you know on this phenomenon? Yes, this entity is not a clone. Therefore, even if a week were to pass, the head will not mobilize. Falls nodded sagely, as though she had just learned something new before looking in my direction. Right, she probably wants to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. Sinclair, Ryoshu and Sinclair are on the same wavelength. I'm having a bad memories of this place. Introducing the Envy Picatulum. Oh. That's... one feels like a Picatulum. I wasn't completely sure, but that's a feeling I've grown used to since sensing whenever we encountered a Picatula. A Picatulum? It's blindly mimicking whatever Hung Lu's doing. I'm not sure if it has much or anything in the way of consciousness or ego. It doesn't look like an one-to-one copy of him either. Please, be calm yourself, Miss Otis. It appears that all has unnerved you. Otis bows, embarrassment apparent, but her head cleared with relief. My deepest apologies, Executive Manager. I should have not acted in such an unsightly manner before you. Clearly, you have a lot to learn about the sinners. Every instance of these moments seem to unveil something new. Yeah, the ones that didn't have their Kanto are probably the most complicated ones. Merso, Otis, Ryoshu, Faust, all of them are pretty complicated characters. Not so much Ryoshu. Ryoshu's complicated because of her links to other... her links to the fingers. I was trying to get a better read on Otis's expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked the question out loud. I thought them Pikachu are supposed to look like monsters, isn't it? Distortions in the Pikachu must not be judged on a reference based on common sense, such as their physical appearance. But do you think we can handle them? Oh yeah, if they are going to swarm us like they did at the manor, or if they manage to somehow copy Virgilius, that's going to be a problem. Recall the railways of reflection we have suffered ere this one arrival. We should not present before us a foe we cannot defeat. Yeah, the process shall be as grueling as it always has been, I suspect. Faust is aware that this entity is a Pikaculum of envy. Pikaculum Nvidia. Considering the strengths of the Pikachula we have faced thus far, it is unlikely that we will encounter enemies too far beyond our ability to defeat. These guys are a menace to fight when RR4 released and in hard mode E.M.D. Same with Greg and Rhodia. The lack of precise tiered labeling system means that it's difficult for one to make a subjective judgment. Speaking of which, what's the ETA on the new risk level and classification for the Pikachula and distortions? The LCD has informed us that they have made significant progress regarding that project. It is likely that further details will be shared once become more concrete. Ah, that's good to know. Oops, looks like the Pikachula are running away all of a sudden. As we stood there talking to one another, a Pikachula that resembles Honglu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere. What the hell, mate? Don't you just sit there and gawk at them when they're all legging it? He could have also sprinted after the figure, but he soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away. Oh, blimey. A sub-train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the window, I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of the sinners. That's a lot of them. I think I recognize like 3 shadows that look just like me. That ridiculous sight was enough to stop us dead in our tracks, allowing the Pikachulan to board the subway car. You know, Pikachulas that can assume or form can be very dangerous, especially whenever we get stronger. The door shut behind him. I sense, odd in the way of disquietude from this refraction railway. Disquietude, sorry. Fellas, there's another one coming this way. As soon as the subway train carrying the Pikachu leaves the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look it's packed to the brim with shadow people. But what is that? There's a curtain and masks. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railway we challenged. Yeah, one inspired. Hey, I didn't notice earlier because all of the masks with clones and everything. But doesn't that train look much more elaborate than what we've seen before? Right, it is adorned with all kinds of decorations. Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something burst forth from the train corridor. Oh! Did the thing just roll out of the carpet for us? It's like something is inviting us in there. I will such manner of invitation. I agree with Isung. This isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things in our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first step onto the carpet and boarded the subway train. Yay! Railway! Let's go! No. No, because it can only unlock after Kanto 7. Have you ever imagined fighting Ring Sung or Manager Don Quixote? Would you like to? That'd be funny. Ooh. Yeah, that would be fun. As a challenge kind of situation. And let's go. I think I should get a couple of water before I start this. I'm gonna get some water, and we're gonna do Intervallo 4. You know, I wanna do it. Because again, Kanto 7. Next week. This gotta be done. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry, getting some water. Housemate's finally back, so I guess I'm spending time with them now. Oh, finally. You know, about time. Only took us, what, 5 hours? But congratulations, Sandy. I hope you have fun with them. How about the Merceau? The MVP catching all copy IDs of the sinners. 1-to-1. Same weaknesses, same attacks, same passive, same skills relation. That's nice. Mm. But wouldn't that per se make the MVP catching the strongest one? But Sandy, since you're already gonna hang out with them regardless, let's not think about the time we've wasted. Let's enjoy the time we have. So again, I wish you a very good time with your homemate. They even play like us, spamming egos when being overwhelmed. If they are the same as the sinners, that means they're as fragile as the sinners. Well, yes, I get it. They are probably more fragile than the other ones, but still, I feel like because the sinners are only gonna get stronger and the IDs are gonna get more convoluted, it means that the MVP calculum are always gonna be complicated to deal with, regardless. The other Pikachu I imagine is just gonna lag behind. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Corp. Got into our fancy first class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a quick blink of an eye. I think I've heard that story before, We should be getting there in a blink of an eye, but 1,000 years have passed and now we are locked down. Dante, please respond. The first thing I saw when my vision returned was a perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Okay, let me eat the rest of my popcorn. Okay. Delicious popcorn. But let's continue. I know the point syntax. I know the point. I'm talking about the thing is, I'm not thinking about what we have now. I'm thinking about future. The other Pikachu technically are not gonna change. The third version of the sloth Pikachu. It's just a bunch of rocks. It's not like they are gonna become something more. So the EV Pikachu being copies of IDs, it means that they can be copies of IDs that we're still gonna get, And what you can say whenever we start getting, very more broken IDs that really just work by themselves without much help for anything. Like something like Malfaust, that by herself pretty broken. without support of anything else. She is frail, I get it, but still, if we put a team full of very broken IDs, you're bound to end up getting into some problems whenever like their gimmick happens. Like, let's say you're not able to stop her, and then she start countering every single member of your team because someone messed up. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost unknown dimension. Also, whenever we have a more negative coin IDs, because like with this new wall porgies, we just got 2 new ones. Maybe you can be the unluckiest person in the world and fight teams full of things similar to Queen of Hatreds or Knight of Despairs, where they are gonna do good regardless, and if you start to lower their SP, problems might be even harder for you to deal with. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but what? What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. Few days ago. I'm just saying, I'm not saying even for like gameplay wise in terms of, oh, I am suffering to kill Envy Pikachulas. I just feel like the other Pikachulas by themselves kind of pale in comparison, you know? Because again, I feel like they are not gonna change. The Pikachulas of Envy will, because they're just gonna ended up like evolving into stronger and stronger IDs. But the rest of them are just keep being the same, you know? The Gloom Pikachu is gonna be still like the floating ball of water that you can just beat to death, and it's not gonna do much. Our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yeah, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking forgiveness for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Verily, I must have misheard. I am quite certain you didn't, Quixote. We are now en route to the T-Corp Warp train station. Warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station. Yes? Did a distortion pop up at one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you're now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs. But no. We are boarding the warp train to get to P-Corp. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Though that vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the W Corp trains operations. It is because we didn't even end up fighting Lovetown. If we knew about Lovetown, we would probably never board a warp train ever. You're still here? Oh, I just got home. Yes, I just started the second intervallo. We are gonna do it right now. And I will be stopping as soon as I'm done here for tomorrow playing some library. Well, this should be long. Should be another probably 2 hours. Well, we've seen level 2 Wrath, Slot, Gluttony, and Gloom. Pikachulums, we also seen level 3 Wrath Pikachulum during Kanto 6. Suffice to say, the Pikachulums also get stronger as time goes on. No, I know that. My thing is, I don't feel like Envy Pikachulums becoming copies of IDs is as strong as a Wrath level 3, you know? I just don't feel like they are good, like they are equals. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their own sense is usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Although I have a very dim in present at all recollection from the time which I wear the identities, it can be determined from the conversational records between manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind warp trains operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh, so they don't remember what they do whenever they're wearing the identities? That's cool. I didn't know that. So they actually need to understand through recordings of them as identities talking to Dante. That's interesting. That might be scary. Because basically it's like an out-of-body experience. Like you blink and your body is now doing a lot of stuff, and then when you blink back, you're just normal yourself. Murder on the Warp Express is fun. Oh, I can't wait for you to see the other level 3 Pikachus. They will rock your shit. I gotta go quick. Gotta do some quick errands to do. No problem, Syntax. Have fun with your errands. I see you later. You might come back and I'll still be playing this. Oh yeah, those guys. Fuck those guys. This was noted in Dante notes, by the way. Not enough people read them. Yeah, I know. I don't read enough of Dante's note. One day I might do like a stream of reading them. Because that could be fun. Like kind of like exploring the lore of things that I have yet to understand because it's just on the notes. Oh yeah. Is that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories. I also hear the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identity memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when False explained that, due to the risk associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. You know, Incorp Faust. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communication are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. Yes, we have plenty. We can almost do a full team, I think we can, right? Do a full team of W Corps? Maybe ignorance really is a bliss. Your alarmed response and possible incompliance have already been accounted for. Lady Faust, that thou hast known this all along, wherefore hast thou not designed to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known this all along, and no knowledge is out of Faust's reach. As expected, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt that your solution involves not getting on the train. So what is it? The bus? Oh, what about this bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car. Cardon vetoes too. No one to feed a Mephi when Charon's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. This is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding the first class passengers. The bus began to swell with noise again, though in a slight different air to alarm response for earlier. First class passengers? What the seats for those pompous folks? Tops, even on normal trains, you gotta go. You got those sods whose proudest accomplishment in life is planting their arses in the first class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even the economic tickets. Hey, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first class seats before either. Isn't the ticket for a single first class seat like expensive as 3-4 months salary of a first year wing employee? Can our budget really handle getting a ticket for all of us? The company's budget is not subject to warrant your concern. Damn, I always love whenever they say that because it really gives the vibe that we are loaded. I heard first class passengers get some cool bonus stuff like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is promotional language, yes. They are flash freeze hibernation capsules to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B. The trip will be over in a blink of an eye for the passengers. The companies regarded for our well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrence is quite seldom. Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip just the guide and Carol into the first class seats and shift the rest of us in the economic cars. Huh. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to the seats. Let's not go ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, alright? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right, I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about. For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting to a first class car. If they can even attempt to open it, I mean, I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. I got a dog on my lap preventing me from eating chicken nuggets. Damn you, dog! Ismail, who's been holding the first class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, Ismail, the #1 pamphlet reader, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blow over. I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances were in the gutter, and I love that Ismail is almost feeling like she's talking about Lovetown. Like, they're gonna go in first class, and Lovetown's gonna happen for 1,000 years while they're just on the hibernation chambers, not knowing the literal mass killing that's happening on the other cards. Oh, a true adventure is not without its hardships. Yet, even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite, and in very rare occasions, the hero may even deign to select the first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed, indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats. I will board the train if I must. It's first class. Is first class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Brigidius pretended not to hear Ryosha's question. Very well then, I assume we are all in agreement. Let's go. Um, I've a matter of a great importance to discuss with thee. What is it? Out with it, lass, beating around the bush, ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is in the first class seats. Edward, tell that we must board with our feet free from our boots. Doth hath claim hold water? Oh, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is coming from this time? There's no gossip, forsooth. I have heard all from those who have walked past here today, and when one of them inquired, "You know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right?" The other responded with, "Of course, man. What am I, stupid? Doth the traveler speak through, Ishmael?" Don't ask me. I've never been in one of those either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I must be separated from Rocinante, not even for a twinkle. I shouldn't toss Rocinante to the side and ask such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Hercliffe. Oh, you little! I implore thee, O illustrious red gaze, prize thee, grant me thy permission, and allow me to board with Rocinante! I expected Vergilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance. Fine, keep your shoes on. Okay, awesome! Don Quixote kept her shoes. Small victories. Oh, no, I forgot something. I forgot to get the rest of my lunacy. Thank you, guys. The Northern Fixer. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh, so this is... Don Quixote shout vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them? I've got nothing. Wait, know anything about what you're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards Merceau with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from their respective nests' architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train station as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Merceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Merceau, young Merceau! Lo, is that passenger over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the Western population, while that individual's clothes-based style is something ubiquitously observed throughout the population of North and South. They are largely considered to be the Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen amongst Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lectures. What wisdom thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region. I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in puffy, loose-fitting outfits. Understandably so, given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Huh? 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums! You're the one to talk! Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums. Holy shit, man! Now, get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway in like a ragtag band of hicks who's never been seen a warp train before. Damn it, I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose my target, and now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great, I love this. I have been freed, I'm going to make coffee and food now. Congratulations for the freedom, their free shoots. Cerberus won't be stopping you anymore. Guys, is that obvious that we've never been a warp train before? And the round-trip ticket fee came straight out of my damn pockets. Whoa, watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those forearms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Pricey, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, yes. Sit in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particular impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. I mean, I get it. You know, you're probably already having like a terrible day, and now you have to withstand, you know, Don Quixote. The pupper is my great aunt. She is a fuzzy sweetheart. Aw, adorable. Adorable. Ah, indeed. This city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess there's really are a lot of people in the city with full body prosthetics. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Huh? With the illustrious red gaze not right alongside us? W card policy demands that fixers bestowed with color title must board a train specifically prepared for them instead. What? We have fixer trains? That's kinda dope. Oh, are you like riding in first class plus or something? That's a color fixer for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes. Kyle wants to go back to Matthew. Matthew be lonely. I've told you before, Karen. 3 separate times, actually. Each time I bought you one of those candies that people aren't allowed aboard the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust. Yes. Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted particularly peeved Carmen away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Damn, whoa. Hey, our colors are starting to come back. Oh, oh. Hey, this must be the fabled complimentary food and drinks of the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course, quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. I think it's so they don't have problems with the colors, you know, because the train ride is a nightmare. Maybe. Can you imagine that you just start losing colors every time that they board a warp train because of the ensuing problems that happen apparently often? The general response to this room was a surprise that arose upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in the flesh. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by a rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents the damage to your cells during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell membrane breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change or by ice crystal growths of water molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as False is aware. If Infinity were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to the state at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from said problem. You've got some real talent in dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words. Seriously. Indeed, as false talents are not limited to a singular field, or to the ability to even summarize. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as False is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, False does not err. However, False is not a divine being. There are certain information in the world that False is yet to have access to. Therefore, while False may speak the facts, that is said that not always align with the truth. They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. B Corp way up there in the northernmost corner of the city, but this thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Prepare thyself, Rocinante! Thus begin the long jaunt! Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes? Where did they come from, Rhodia? No, I meant like, think back when we were inside the whale. When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of gross slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah, and do you remember how much we had to scrub to get the bloody, fishy, flashy gunk out of our clothes? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right, and do you also remember how Don Quixote never took her shoes off once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they look a bit filthy. I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves their side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now. Behold it, hearken it, and remember it well. Ah, they don't spare us even a moment of quiet, do they? Well, have you been one of those, Otis? Have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiose back when? This is nothing to fuss over. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her leg, suddenly asked False the question. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred in one of these first-class cars, yes? In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgiving among sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared. Wait, I love that answer. Dino Nuggets, acquired, yes, I'm a full-grown adult, don't judge me, I do not. Again, people should not you should not be judged by what you like. And being an adult is not about that. Now, I just bought cookies myself, Ray. We are both functioning adults. I have a teddy bear as well. Woe to anyone who touches it. I will choose violence. And as you should. Guys, I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be right back. Yes, now we think about False not wanting to disclose the past events that happened on the first class, just so the seniors don't freak out. I'm back with water. Let's go. Wait, what the? Eep. Oh, I think we're leaving soon. This is the warp train PW612 bound for P Corp. Boarding period is ending soon. The seniors who were either literally enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first class car suddenly became a lot busier. Let's hurry up and enter the capsules before it's too late. Oh no, why isn't this? The other seniors made into their capsules no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling. It is anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you were leaning back and... Pulse expertly guided me into the capsule as though she's done something like this before, then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Are these the sinners? So I imagine the one with... I imagine that this is Don Quixote because of the position. This is Honglu by the hair. I think this is Isang. This might be Falls or Otis, I don't know. Do not worry too much. Probably not Falls. Probably Otis. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Falls climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment." Dante, you must wake up, Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was an inconceivable situation has occurred. That something had seriously gone wrong. Of course. Can one even really enjoy warp trains nowadays before something inconceivable to happen? Disappearing passengers. I saw that you just logged in. Have a good time in the dungeon. We are here already? Wow, I guess it wasn't an exaggeration at all. It already happened in like a blink of an eye. As always, False was giving me her usual look, which was complete lack of any emotive expression. Which I suppose is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running? Yes, then when are we? I believe we're currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing we were so worried about. I see. I soon found myself calming down. I feel like every time that the W Corp train gets stranded mid, travel, that should be called Code Love Town. Whenever something goes awry. Well, they forget everything at the end of the ride anyway, so technically nothing happened. Right? Did the problem really happen if you don't remember it? Right? Yeah, this had to be a part of False's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just a part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You were half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened in a blink of an... No. Oh, what's this? We're here already? For real? I really happened in a blink of a... No. Whoa, we're here already. I got you really was running over... No. Oh, no. Yet I have not uttered a single word. The freeze. The person says the first letter. No. Continue. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our collars, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion, however, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstances necessary? And that brings us to the present. Cancelled with the housemate. Wait, you cancelled? I thought you guys were already hanging out by now. What happened? Let me get this right. This train is still running. And we are drifting to some unknown dimension. Out about that striketh me quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you, huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Brigitte intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about the events in our path. What, are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out of the door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body. Hey, Faust, at least you know what to do. You always do. You've got a plan, right? Right? Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond. What's up with her? Laz looked totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in the front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. Pause. She said that something inconceivable happened. That the other sinners' anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust. And for good. Yeah, we still need to trust Faust. But Faust is not really helping us because she is... Because of whatever I feel is her deal, she cannot actually say anything for a lot of reasons. I'm upset with them and someone else hit me up. Okay, awesome. I mean, if you're gonna cancel with the housemate because you're gonna hang out with someone else, by all means, at least you're gonna have fun with someone else. So, I mean, have fun with whoever you're gonna hang out with, Sandy. And by all means, please do not be upset. I know you are, but you know, just let it be. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine, I suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Then, after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue was always involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher ups from Limbus Company. Yeah, I imagine that's how we got the first class tickets. Probably because we made a deal with W Corp. So yeah, it was not as a gift like we thought so. It's more like, hey, it's a work time. The WCAR Cup wind of Limbus Company rests in this distortion contract management promotions, and decided to contract us to deal with the mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortion themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp based on the available information. It can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, as any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was the passengers were disappearing. Passengers is spirited away, alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, and now that I think about it. We wouldn't have known where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of our journey as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings. Every single one of them have been absolutely barmy. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T-Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. Sounds like Miss Falls was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some seniors grew more receptive over her explanation, albeit with a sigh, because even though she was still put in the hard position, we still cannot trust Falls. She's still gonna probably deceive us. I think it's better that she just give us to us straight than to keep beating around the bush and just letting us know when we just get there, you know? Because I don't think that's how we can build like a healthy relationship. Because like right now she might be feeling okay, but we might find ourselves in a position that we are not really gonna trust Faust, or we're gonna be already aware or wary of her second agenda. Hello, Hoxton. How are you doing? Thanks for joining us. My name is Archer. I am mainly a gacha game streamer that plays Limbus Company, Reverse 1999, Heaven Burns Red, Uma Musume, Pre Derby, and Persona 5X. This is actually me greeting anybody that might be here for the first time. Hello. I think it's more likely Otis to deceive the sinners. No. I know that, well, technically, False is the one that deceived us the most by just not giving us enough information. Yes, Otis is the one the most likely to deceive us, but again, she hasn't been doing that, you know? Probably she deceived us with some of her personal information, but not about what we're doing together. False is the only person that's really not giving us every information right off the bat. And that's the problem. I would have appreciated if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? That is... but not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I would take your input into account. I feel like False herself wants to be more, forward and trustworthy. She just probably can't, and we're only gonna learn that whenever we go through her canto. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that False has disappointed the seniors with what she's done. Well, she is false after all. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. So, what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we're gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Okay, I pressed it very quickly. Discuss. But discussing things with other people is very unlike False. What are we discussing, False? We must converse in a lower volume, Dante. Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Gesellschaft, False, has been severed. What? I'm sorry, what? I cannot access False knowledge at the moment. So Gesellschaft is the thing that she uses to know everything. So actually right now False doesn't know everything. Great! So False is not False. So what False is trying to say is she has no plan. Because she cannot think of a plan. Because she's not False. She's just False. That's not good. I guess I really was right to be anxious. Yeah, the whole thing about she having a plan of a plan of a plan, no. Maybe she has a plan of a plan of a plan, already thinking that she's not gonna have the knowledge of Gesho blah.
맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
Why do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to False input and information, which has always been readily available, is complete severed. Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer False has given me was full of confidence and a methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. And False, you are... Yes, at this moment I am limited to operating with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precaution have likely been taken in case of my interdimensional travel, but perhaps False did not account in an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this. Or even if it was taken in account, this particular dimension may not yet have been subject to cross-observation. If that is the case, then no, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to False would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright, for now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when False told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is a minor setback. Nothing we can beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as False did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why we were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we don't ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners. The fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add to unnecessary source of tension. The problem is a lot of them are going to start to ask questions whenever they don't find, and they usually ask questions to Faust or Merceau. And if Merceau doesn't know how to answer, then it's just Faust. And if Faust doesn't know how to answer, they are going to panic. People were theorizing about this for a while, ever since Faust started talking, referring to herself in the third person. So, what Kento is this? Intervallo, murdered on the Warp Express just before Kento 7. What their should said. What? So, wrecking this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all gonna to butt it once it opens? How many times do I have to tell you that we're not even strong to break this door down? A billion ears in this box. Yeah, good idea. So, what now? Do we have to take a searching sweep around each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A-Corp's standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I feel I just blinked and I guess that's hibernation for you. As we are all in for prior boarding, this is no way for the economic class passengers to enter first class car. That is just this place that's remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economic class cars. The part where the trash to shite out of one another, tearing the limbs off, all that mess? No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad with just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they wanted to do. Yeah, lockdown happened after multiple days, so it's not like 3 days is gonna make people go crazy. The Warp Express, I thought this was TKT. Yeah, because the name of it is TKT. But yeah, I just finished TKT. There's another stream that I streamed earlier this morning. It was the first part. As soon as I started, I did the second part, which is basically the final, which is the last 2 stages and then the dungeon. And then I did 1 mirror dungeon, and now we're here doing Warp Train. So yeah, it is Warp Express now. If you want to see TKT, you can go back on the stream, or you can watch the VOD later. But hello, Vorbed. Precisely. In my opinion, it is... Oh... Hold that thought for a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled to her to be quiet. Does thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping. Forsooth, past this gate must be... As Don Quixote kept listening to her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. It's possible that there must be a Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their head to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observe it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. There are times which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. My suggestion? Well, I ain't going to disagree with you there, but what's getting into you, Les? Yeah, how long are do you realize that False is acting very odd? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Because you're false. Bleep. After a brief mechanical beep, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the door and charged wildly in our direction. Wait, are people already killing themselves? This is so early for Lovetown.
즐거움. 언제나
Craving
숨지 않았고,
blood bag press.
때로는 어설펐지만
Craving blood bag?
함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었답니다.
Are they becoming what, vampires?
단테니.
날카롭고 정확하게 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
You know, reminded me I still have blood bag to experiment on. What?
첫 여정을
Can you elaborate further what you're saying?
시작하셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Why they're all now... What? Okay, what's going on? Okay, this is kind of crazy. This is dangerous. If you try to do this with a bleed group and you don't kill it quick enough, you're just gonna make these enemies impossible to deal with.
먼지를 떨어내줘.
Don't do bleed IDs here, folks. So experiment, of course, to see if it changed along with their bodies. I obtained as payment for a job. Thumbs down for you joining us and hanging out after your stream if you still wanted to. Yeah, for sure. You learn what they are as you keep going along. Awesome.
이런 사소한 일에도 쓸
No, of course I know that. I'm just theorizing syntax. Getting to the program.
지금처럼 말이에요.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
찢어 놓아주마. 찢어 발견.
Archie will know everything in time.
무차 잠들어.
What's that? Use Kurukamo Clan and apply more bleed, gotcha. Right? Okay. Lady False. However similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers, verily, this is as though they were in complete want of sense. Like people petrified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them. She hung her head mournfully. Yeah, maybe it's an abnormality or a distortion that turns people into the blood people. Normally, False would have told her more information about these monsters before the fights begun. And she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. False began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss False. Yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we are racking our brains trying to come up with something? No, now False is just a normal human being trying to come up with something. The sinners were starting to feel that there's something off about False's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust. Don Quixote, they are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? Oh! Oh! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this place. Therefore, if it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. It's the same thing with Lovetown. Huh, what's that? Use my entire bleed team? You got it. To my relief, this is the perfect place to use the blood fiends? Sure. Pulse managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what did it say? We got this! Huh? What was that about? Oh, nothing. But I'd forget that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. Huh, the flow time is seized aboard the warp train, is it? Isan grew pensive, seeing that False lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions that was unmistakably took a look of regret, however short-lived. Howbeit, it would not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop. What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? I think Asung already kind of got this. The false is weird. Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Asung. Yeah, that's for sure not a very false thing to say. She would for sure elaborate further. Did Miss False just get something wrong? Wow, Asung, sure the time expert, right? Can you summarize it in an easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? I'm glad you would allow me. Isang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that the death is not an element aboard this train. And can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate, verily, this one's heart beats still. Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closer to what appears to be a dismembered torso and shouts with belief. Their state is akin to an assembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard the train. Existence is continuance of moratorium. Force, they are, to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. I ill understood what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same, huh? If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it's not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corp cleanup agent has come to be. I see, because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct this puzzle once the journey's over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? Still, I guess it means that as long as the train arrives in the station, they all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to the original shapes before they boarded the train. You know, it's kind of crazy how many times, like, for you to have people that are so focused on putting back the dead people together, you just know how many times this train fails to actually work, how many times people ended up dead by either being killed or killing themselves, and then they have to just piece them back together. It's crazy. And because nobody can keep memory of anything, then it's just fucked. Like, you're literally going back to a place that you might have been almost murdered before because you just don't remember. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. That is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up with her own, in her own way. The other false would not find it necessary to do something like that. Dante, what's up? Time to whisper, right? Indeed. I intended to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you... False cast a dark gaze towards the chunk of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that's for sure. For them, I felt the same sensation I felt for monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of the sensation. One thing I do know, for sure, is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the peculum. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask them, I'm gonna guess False doesn't know? False may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There is no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to do something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hand. Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands? Is False happy that she can think for herself? Oh, finally the awakening has begun. Yeah, so, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, we can theorize about that. That's interesting. She's thinking for herself and she's happy about it. Maybe she, False in her initial form, it wasn't someone able to think for herself. Okay, my first guess here is gonna be, there is a separate brain that gives false information about stuff. I don't know how this brain acquires that information, but that's how it works. This brain gives false information linked directly to her head. And that's how she knows everything. But False in the beginning didn't know anything. But now that she has been exposed to Gestalt or False or whatever, she has developed the ability of thinking, processing information. Maybe she's not even human. Maybe she is like a humanoid. Maybe she is maybe she's a homunculi or something that wasn't able to think clearly. That's just me. And then she needed something else to think for her. She was an experiment, and that's why she's so smart. And now that the link was severed, she can act for herself, because whenever she's under the influence of that thing that thinks for her, she cannot, express emotions, do other things. But now that the link is severed, she can act like a normal False. She can act with emotions and feelings and feel joy. Because she cannot feel joy about her own knowledge. Huzzah! A different idea than most people. Such a novel idea. Interesting theory. Thank you. It was just a combination of other pieces of media that I consumed throughout my life that made me think about this. I don't know how people think it. If False was never human, the head would have hunted her. Did the head hunted lobotomycorporation? Lobotomycorporation was a branch, a nest that was working for a long time, and they were never actually hunted, because even though they produced something that was also against the head. So who would have said that false is not a production that the head is not aware of? And again, I'm not saying the false is an AI. I don't know that. And I'm not like abnormalities were humans or made of humans, and who has to say that she's not like that? She could have been made by of humans. I'm not saying that she's an AI or a robot. She could be something of something real. She could be almost considered a human, but like a hollow human in a way. And she needs to have another source of intelligence feeding her information. Now, this other source that's feeding her information might be what might be against the head ideas. But I don't know where there is what the thing is. I don't know. Maybe it's also something that is humanoid in nature. Maybe it's not an AI. Again, it's all with speculation. But my idea is that she's like a humanoid. She's like a homunculi. She is still made out of flesh. She's still like human in a sense. So that wouldn't go against Head's perceived notion. And maybe the thing feeding her information might be similar, might be something of human nature feeding her information. So technically, everything that's going to Faust is complete allowed, complete legal in a way, but still crazy. Homunculus are humans in a sense. Speaking of homunculus, look at Faust's sinner icon. I cannot look right now, but I can go online. I forgot about how it looks. Faust sinner icon. Oh yeah, it's a little jar with something fleshy inside. Could be, again, could really be something that furthers the idea that she is homunculus. You know, something made out of chemistry, because homunculus, by alchemy, they are living beings made with alchemy instead of just the normal way the natural human beings are born with. But they tend to be usually hollow or very prone to be molded the way that the person wants to mold them. That's why Faust is the way she is. She's kind of hollow by herself. She's being fed information through something throughout her entire life, and now she's finally developing her own self, now that we see that she has her connection severed. Very nice. Thank you so much for actually adding to my hypothesis syntax. But what is everybody's idea of what Faustus is? So what's the community consensus of what the hell she is, or what is going on behind her? After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we open the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. Sounds like there are other survivors. Hey, passengers in danger, worry not, for I have arrived to... Oh yeah, we have an idea of this character, don't we? Is the character that we saw in the train station, but I think we have a false idea of this character, if I'm not mistaken. Multicrack! Right? This is Multicrack. If she was made by a human, she would be fine. The head does not allow some non-humans to live in the city. Blood fiends, sweepers, abnormalities. It's a bit of a spoiler, especially regarding an ID. Okay. Then let me get every canto done, and then then we can talk about it. A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Multicrack Faust's uptight story confirms or debunks your theory. Interesting. I might have to get multi-crack falls and uptie her and get to the bottom of it. Right. Like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked the door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit threatening. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old timer, huh? I thought those things ran out of style forever ago. Oh, you wanna see what this old timer got left in him? Though are from the north verily, thy garb is of the northerns, no? This really ain't the time, lass! Anyway, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing up for a moment. Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you went bitten? I'm not gonna let my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? The bloody hell are you talking about? Weird, you look completely lost. You were in one of the economy cars surely you've seen. Hold on. Are you all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look aren't the first class seats supposed to be, well, why didn't you say from the get-go? Name Sasha, multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to press. If you don't mind, I can just say it since you probably don't have multi-crack falls, or you can just wait to shard her. You can just say it. Again, I'll allow you. This is gonna be the time that you're asked, and I will allow you to give me the info. Syntax, go ahead. Take it away. Have you now left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but geez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is even broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks some shady bullshit if you ask me. You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby? Drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I made sure to get high quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down. How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm collaborating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them if I want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Haven't got any clue as to who they are, but they seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. 3201 red collars, 3202 red collars. I decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, it's the expected duty of a valorous fixer to stand guard in front lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on for them for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. A multi-crack pulse confirms it's a network of pulse from different mirror worlds, giving our false the information she relays. It's a false Discord server. Okay. Okay. My guess. Our false is still a homunculi. That it was made to link up with all the other false and gather information from all of them. That's my guess. Because I don't know if every single Faust has the ability of accessing that. Well, probably they have the ability to access that Gestalt, the hive mind, since multi-crack Faust probably can do it as well. Maybe the Faust from our world is dead, and then we ended up creating another one to be able to link up with the other Fausts because every Faust is very smart. Or maybe it's not that every Faust is very smart, it's because since there's so many, then because they collectively can share the information between them, then that's why they get smart. But can you imagine if there's one manager, or maybe there's something that keeps that Discord open? Because I believe that this Faust here that we have with us was made to measure, to tap into that hive mind and get the information from Faust. Like, she was literally made to be with the hive mind. Yeah, she knows all outcomes because she knows all the knowledge of all the other Fausts. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe. Maybe original Faust from our dimension died, but we were able to salvage her brain. And maybe her brain is how we can link up this homunculi with the hive mind. Because that's the best way to control Faust. Let's say if there's an organization trying to control Faust, since Faust knows everything, Faust always gonna be a problem to whoever she's gonna be, involved with. Maybe they want this Faust to become something that they can manipulate. So this Faust from our mirror world, or our world, let's not call it mirror, was killed off. They created a homunculi they can control and made her access the brain of the killed Faust. So the brain of the killed Faust can allow her to tap into the hive mind. And this Faust is slowly developing sentience and personality as time goes on, but since she is link up to the hive mind, she can't do it. But once she dislink, she can actually act like the own being that she is. Do you remember the April Fool's event? Don Quixote in Faust's body got access denied. She was banned from the server because she was not Faust in mind. Yes. So that would kind of help my idea that the brain, it needs to be Faust's brain. Or at least Faust's mind, not to be more precise. I'm still very up on my homunculi. I'm very positive. Because that's for me, it's a very cool outcome. This Faust not being a real Faust, but being a real Faust. All the other Fausts probably laughed at her Faust after her. Right? It must be very complicated, But well, You know something? Now that I'm thinking about it. Our Faust cannot express emotion. I don't know if that's the after effect of the network. I feel like this is the after effect of her or Faust being a homunculi. Maybe she was designed not to have emotions. She can only tap into those emotions whenever she's logged off. But once she's logged in, she is always that way because that's the only way that she can tap into the knowledge. Because if you think about it, other Fausts, at least in the other mirror worlds, can express emotions. At least if you just think about Enfaust. Enfaust has emotions. She has a lot of emotions, to be very honest. Some other Fausts, you can see emotions on them. Just, I feel like our Faust is the only one that needs to keep on that very bland way of being Faust. The Faust Court explained why LobCorp Faust knew about the 50 days. Ooh. Regarding some theories about Faust, there's a theory that our Faust isn't actually Faust. She could be Gretchen, Faust's love interest. That could be it. I don't know. I don't know who Gretchen is. I don't know if we talked about that. It's the Warp Train Intervallo, indeed. It is the Warp Train Intervallo. We're just theorizing. I'm just theorizing about Faust. So they think she's Gretchen, not Faust. I think she's a homunculi version of Faust. That is learning. Like I'm very sure. I wouldn't say that's Gretchen. You know why? Because we probably would gather more of Gretchen if she logged off than what we're getting now. It's almost like this is a baby learning their first steps, you know, in a way. Let me continue. But yeah, feels like some infant finally learning how to walk after they've been put into like a wheelchair for their entire lives. Ionkos is made in her image. Gretchen is Faust's love interest, but they name her Faust. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, homunculi. That's very good theory. If I can say so myself. Let's continue. Go past the scar and you see what the hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I wager that some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back and it spread like wildfire till it reached her. Till it reached here. I see. And that's all I can tell you about the situation. So what's your story? Why do you reach? First class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made you swanky first class cars. So what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers. Indeed, fixers. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declarations. Again, the fact that she's not really thinking, she's just going to the first thing that she heard, give me the same vibe. Again, child first steps. Some of the sinners are definitely not using their real names. Example, Otis is the name of Odysseus gave to the Cyclops. Fair enough. Yeah, I think Otis is probably the one that's keeping the most. Like, Otis' whole shtick is fake. But she even though her information that she works with us with truthfulness, but everything about Otis as a person is fake. That's my point of Otis. Whenever we're talking earlier about false actually hiding information of the sinners, I think anybody that works with Otis long enough knows that she's hiding a lot of stuff, but she still works with and give us real information of what's going on for what she knows of the events that's happening. She only hides information regarding to her own self. Faust hides a lot of things. Basically, everything that we do, Faust is already aware of, but she hides it from us because she is probably being controlled. When some PM fans thought that Angela from Library of Ruina was some identical to Faust. Well, they're both short hair and they are both robotic in nature, so I can see why they were trying to maybe think of that. But I don't no. But having known Angela and Faust by now, not the same. But again, I appreciate theories. Honglu as well, since there are no characters with the name in the source material he came from, but I'll keep his name a secret. I don't know why Honglu would lie to his name, because I feel like Honglu kinda relays a lot of information, personal information about his family to us at all times. Actually, I'm always impressed that nobody actually inquires Honglu, because Honglu sometimes shares the most. Like that last intervallo, Honglu was casually talking about us, how his brothers are constantly were trying to kill him, and nobody made a big deal about it. So again, Honglu, I don't think Honglu tries to keep a lot of himself a mystery. Maybe his name at most. Angelica. Wait, there's Angelica in Angela? I thought it was just a misspell. Then I'm not gonna talk too much about it then. Don Quixote was revealed to not be his real name in the books too, I think. Again, sinners like hiding their names because of some personal reason, I don't care. Sinners flat out making whole new personas, like Otis probably, or lying about most of their entire existence, is what is making me very interested. Like I really appreciate that Merceau, Otis, and Faust is the literal three last cantos they're gonna go through, because for me they are the most interesting about who they are before all of this, especially Faust. Than every single other sinner. I feel like Faust, out of all of them, for me is the one that I dislike the most, because Faust. It's not that I don't know. I never liked Faust too much. Like I like her conniving way of lying and trying to scheme her ways to our good graces, but yeah, that's fault. That's Otis. Stage play, yes, but I think the author said something about it. Okay, let me continue this. Huh, you got every single one of you a first class ticket? Your office must be rolling the dough. Wait, a goddamn second. So W Corp already knew that this would happen? But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust you. Are you, as you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillments are paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city. A non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those Ophi boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof they're actually contracted by W Corp. Yeah, I feel like she shouldn't have gone with fixers as an answer. It is the master keycard given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master keycard from her pocket. I guess this isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. A keycard, so you use this to open a path between the first class and the economic class car. Let's see, W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So I guess you gotta go all the way down for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way, then with one of her free hands pointed towards the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents, or your victory lap, if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to you. Thanks thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protecting this fortress, prithee, protect the innocents in my stead. Big sis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Huh? Just as we're about to reach the other end of the car, A little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Hey, Pursuit! Well, are you a famous fixer? Pursuit once again, though is known as the profoundly illustrious fixer. Well, I want to be a fixer too, just like... Don't pass her the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter, and... Worry not thyself, there's no bother. No bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire. It's fortunate someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensures the child's survival. What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear that she's what she just said. Did you know you could be like? I didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Be like what? You knew there was no way for the fixer to actually wait. The fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill, but he decided to go along with Don Quixote's illusions anyway. Am I right? Good move. I was getting worried what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust strode towards Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. It'll be 30k on per inquire. That's quite the unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to a particular cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp? Oh, whoa, you serious? Well, then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arm for a moment upon hearing the question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I don't know. Those monsters were red all over, but is there something special about their eye color? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there's got red eyes, and oh, you there, that lady with big sword also got red eyes. What? Is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No, well, it was a question of no significance. Pulse nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. What? Okay, gross. Gross! Guys, gross. But I like it. Okay, let me read the chat. A lot of conversation happening. For some outcome, my English is so... Faust, before entering a warp train. Faust knows all outcomes. Faust in the warp train. Faust knows most outcomes. Faust knows some outcomes. My English is so bad. Archer, talk like Don Quixote. Cannot. No, I'm not gonna do it. Don't even make me. My English is not as good. Limbus Company, Yisung Senior number 1. Hello, how are you doing? I love that again. Yisung probably is one of those with the most amount of fans, together with Don Quixote, Hong Lu, Sinclair, Heathcliff. Yeah, I guess those are the ones that are popular. That's the name. Hello, Yisung. I see your name is in typical fashion for you. Indeed. There's nothing here, I guess. It was just as we feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. And again, looks very cool. Ooh, sweet, sweet lunacy. Painting of hell.
버틀러 차원 가방 준비 완료했습니다.
언제나 순탄치 않았고 때로는 어설펐지만 여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제
Blood
마음을
bag.
설레게 만들었답니다.
Is this the doing of the blood
그렇게 여기서
fiends?
멈추고 싶지 않아요.
That's the only thing that comes to my mind.
날카롭고 정확하게.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
아, 여기서 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
편히 쉬시게.
사랑으로.
어라? 저쪽에 비틀거리시는 분이 보이네요.
받아볼 텐가.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말
이거 봐.
강해지셨네요.
It's an enemy, not something really special.
감회가 새로워요. 기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도
Okay.
슬며시 따라오나
I
봐요.
thought it was some enemy related to the blood fiends making this happen.
업무가 일찍 끝날 것
Oh yeah,
같아요.
little fun fact. This stage is dynamic when you bring any of the W Corp IDs that has some form of space ripping. The entire stage flares up in red and sounds an alarm. Oh, that's awesome. How that I don't... No, I have one W Corp. I have a W Corp False, of all things. But I don't have resources to make her good right now.
날카롭고
모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍
Actually, I can just borrow a W Corp unit from a friend. That's what I'm gonna do. Let me replace someone. I don't want to replace Merso because I'm getting extra currency from the ego.
정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나.
But I might replace Ishmael for a W Corp of some sort. Let's see. Since we're talking about fall so much, let's see if someone has a W Corp. We have multi-crack. Some people have the 40% on some of her stuff. Oh, with the multi-crack here. Let me... Yeah. Yeah, I guess nobody's putting W. My girl W false. So maybe everybody hates the W Corps. Can find a single character. Onglu, Dimension Shredder, Ego works to give me a second. Oh, I really appreciate if one of you would put a W Corp character. Oh, Euro TV. Onglu. That's oh yeah, it's the captain. Pretty cool. Dimension Shredder works. Yeah, this one has Dimension Shredder. I can use this Euro DV one then. And I can just try to use the ego. And I still have the 40%.
볼까요?
So this is gonna work very good for me. I'm gonna put those two and I have 80%. Hey. Yeah, I can use yours on the next stage. But by all means, please put it up. If you can put it up like W Corp one, I would most be appreciative.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만
Because yeah, I gotta build up the resources for my guy here to actually use his ego.
이번에도 분명 원하시는 길로 저희를
W Otis. Awesome. Thank you.
전격발.
Really appreciate the free shoots.
여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Let's see, what do I need to build for this? Pride and I'm probably gonna be missing. Yeah, the green one, I have so few people that build that very well.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Green one, which is green one is Sloth, right? No, green one is. I'm gonna try to get a green one
이것밖에 못하나.
because Sloth is the yellow one.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라
Gluttony,
많으셨어요.
gluttony, yes.
이제 모든 집 놓으셨으니
Yeah, I have no one to build the green one. Shit. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Green's got me. My luck is so bad that I got the potential man in wall pulse. I mean,
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
I'm sorry. Who are you missing from the Walpurgis characters?
아니면
Manager?
기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
날카롭고
이제 모든 집 놓으셨으니
정확하게.
Battle music.
사랑과
Looks very dynamic. It gives me almost like a Mortal Kombat kind of vibe.
아무것도 남지 마라.
이것밖에 못하나.
Don't dislike it. Not my favorite.
데이의 거슬
속에서
기쁨이란 건 이런 사소한 일에도 슬며시 따라오나 봐요.
One green. I produced one green.
모두가
Now.
업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
사랑과 지킬 게 많거든. 쓰레기 같은 아르카나 놈들.
이것밖에 못하나.
편히 쉬시기에 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
Whoa, battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. Too bad, making big movements when there's not a lot of room to move around it makes more energy than you might takes more energy than you might think, especially for people like us who use longer weapons. These enemies were much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it has inevitably had their sheer numbers would eventually wear down the sinners. What are these things, Faust? Why you keep asking her? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are, what do you think those entities are? Yeah, for me, gluttony and sloth. Gluttony, sloth, and lust, I always get them mixed up. Wrath I always remember because wrath is red. Envy I always remember because it's purple and I love purple. Gloom and pride I always remember because they are blues. But the other ones I don't know why I always forget. Because I attribute the light blue to gloom. It's easy. It's probably the attribution of color to what the name entails. Like, I wouldn't give gluttony green, you know? Gluttony feels like something that should be orange. I have, and if you think about it, envy should be green. I have every warp ID, so if you want to see one, I will oblige. Except for Merceau, he's level 12, and Honglu level 16. I mean, you can do Since I'm using most of my own IDs, if you can only keep between Otis and false, I'm okay with that. Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Weak Frey, you should have all W Corp IDs up to type 4, level 55, like mine. Yeah, W Corp IDs are pretty good. Like I would probably build them because I really like their gimmick. And they are very simple to use. I like the effects of the charge items, especially the one that produces the little barrier. And again, they are very good with playing with envy. Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no. Are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, False did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. I love. Can you imagine? Because Sinclair, if you think about it, Sinclair, if you leave it Sinclair to actually come up with his own ideas, he usually is kind of right. So it kind of shows how much potential Sinclair has. Weak Frey, you should have all W Corps. Yep, I have Magic Bullet and Max everything, both ID and Ego. I'm good. Oh, I also don't have infinite resources. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they attack us because we are an obstacle. That's not what they are attacking us. Quite. This apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it. Right, that's strange though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offensive were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to a primal aggressiveness. Yes, and was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has all been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? We are in luck, Dante. I have read upon the subject as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination, moments before we boarded the train, and while there will be useful element in resolving the situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence that the available sea of information. From the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment, however, this will be a good place for us to start. Okay, my guess, okay. Let me go back to the homunculus idea. If you know, homunculus technically should be a perfect human. That's the idea. Homunculus, I think the origin of the idea of homunculi is to be a perfect human made out of alchemy. Then people try to spin homunculus in all other kind of things, but in theory, homunculus should be having perfect health, no disability, no problem, and probably with good body, good structure, but good mentality. Maybe Faust has almost pristine memory. Maybe that's why she can maybe retain a lot of information that she thought about before, even though she cannot grasp informations right now from the sea of information that she has on her Discord. She can in fact still remember of everything probably that she thought about before. And now she can piece everything together that people just said with her newfound knowledge that she already has in her mind, and she can just piece everything together with just common, rational thinking. The perks of playing day one, after a while, we have so much dread since only eagles are the only ones that don't have tie for. I would want to die if I was in the warp train, but it's impossible. I just want to die. Immortality sucks, for real. I was thinking about immortality because I've been reading a lot of manhwa that have been depicting the Murin world of like the Chinese, where like the martial artists and people looking for perfect bodies and maybe even aiming for immortality. And if you really think about it, when you really boil down, if like let's say, I feel like the more you have to explore, the more let's say that you are they're free shoots. You are a martial artist, and your thirst is to learn all martial arts. Maybe even develop your own. Maybe see other people develop their own. Maybe there's more to be seen than what meets the eye. Wouldn't you maybe let's say that you devoted 40 years of your life to perfecting your martial arts, and then you feel strong enough to tackle the world. Then you start doing a pilgrimage, and then you learn that there's a lot of people out there that are much stronger than you, sometimes even younger than you, and already stronger than you. And then you're already 40. And then you start to think, damn, I simply do not have enough time to, do more, because our bodies are going to start to wear down and get weaker. Our memories are going to start to get weaker. It's going to be harder for us to improve or know stuff. And then when you realize you're just burdened by the fate of time. So I feel like people that look for immortality are people that are looking to get things that the world is full of, but they just do not have enough time to explore everything and perfect everything and learn everything with their own lifetimes. Some people might still be okay with just dying and trying again on their next reincarnation, but let's say you are a martial artist. Because that's why I was reading. But life is finite. You can just do so much in your lifetime. If you spend like 40 years learning something just to realize that there's more to be learned, and you really want to learn it, then immortality starts to become something way more interesting. Be right back. I think what I'm trying to say here is our vision of the world and what we're looking for to do is very minute. It's very, very small. But the moment that you put ourselves into the mindset that there might be something out there more interesting for us to do, and now, let's say, maybe in 20 years, we're gonna realize that mirror worlds are actually a thing. And there are other worlds we can access that has more interesting things than our own. And we are already 60 by then. 40s, 50. Let's say, just rounding up, we are already very much older. We cannot explore or really enjoy those things as we were if we were 20. And even if you're just 40 and you can still enjoy things fully, you're not gonna get any younger. You're gonna still keep getting older. So by the time that you're like, whenever you're living life to the fullest, sometimes days are just gonna go by so quickly that whenever you realized, it's not enough. So again, I feel like a lot of us, we flirt with death and mortality because our lives are not that fulfilling or that interesting to begin with. So dying is not a big hurdle. But the moment that we realize, or the moment that we figure out that might be something more interesting out there, then it can be more interesting, it can be funnier, can be more interesting, can be more fulfilling. I won't age, I can't die, my life is depression with little joy. I mean, a mirror world can still be a thing. Like, you miss your family, right? Your loved ones. If you can go to a mirror world where they exist, it's not yours, but still it's them. You know, it's still them. It's just not yours, them, but still them. But you can still enjoy them to a certain amount. You can still live through them. You can still enjoy their company. Maybe try to protect them so that way they won't fall prey into something that they might die again. Now you just gave meaning to your eternal life. You know? This is why the phrase YOLO exists. Just have fun while you're still alive, no matter how boring your life is. And more fulfilling life that way. I agree with syntax. The moment that you try to experiment the beauties of life, I really feel like, so my own perception, whenever I feel like my life is moving, like right now, I'm doing a lot. So I feel like my days are shorter than they usually. Whenever I'm not doing nothing, my days feel very long, feel very drawn out because I'm not doing much. But once like you're like studying to make cheese, you're going out and you're doing exercises, and then you come back and you do streams, and then you try to plan out try to cooperate with stuff, and then you still have to grind in 6 different gacha games. Then you realize that 24 hours is not very much, because 8 of those 24 is just sleeping. And then you go back to the T Corp, and then you realize that having more time in your day, it's kind of cool if you have a lot to do in your day. Some of us just don't. And then there's no reason for us to enjoy that. But as soon as we put stuff in our life that make us spend those times and we're having fun doing that, then the time is better spent. The life is more fun. Time goes quicker. And then you realize the life passed by you in a blink. So I think it just, depends. I know mirror worlds exist, I travel there, and though I can remember names, I barely remember faces. Even so, I now have too unfortunate urge to hurt those I care for. If you still know who they are, then that's at least a thing. Well, if you remember who they are, then just don't hurt them. If you cannot remember who they are, just don't hurt anyone, and then you're not going to hurt them. Try to do something fun. I know you have things that you do that are fun. Who said that you're the best hunter? Like in every mirror world, you're just the best hunter that you are aware of. There is more to life than what meets the eye. Remove the magic gun out of the abnormality's hand and give them a normal gun, and are they as good? If something happens and you don't have your gun and there's no way for you to produce it again, how sure you are of your own skills? Nothing can be said about absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Again, if your weapon is not with you, how is that not possible? There is no way to remove the gun from you. That's what you're trying to say. I will not present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever is on our way? That will not change, no. I lost my weapon somehow, without the ability to summon it to me. I fear I will go truly mad. I mean, then you better be as good as a hunter without it. If you were such a good hunter, just saying, You couldn't. You like this the weapon shouldn't be the end all be all of the hunter. A fisher should be able to fish a fish without a good fishing rod. Yes, but you're seeing everything as a prey without a good way to actually hunting them. So wouldn't it be cool if you know, learn how to be a good hunter with just a weapon that's not magical? Now that you have infinite time and nothing to do, that will not change. However, what I'm about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract and provide us with the possibility, means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is very likely the entity behind the incidents on this train, and by extension, every incident on the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips. It's a blood fiend. Yay! I knew it! I knew. Okay, that's kind of predictable, I know. If you know the existence of the blood fiends, that would be a pretty predictable one.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가?
Yay, I level up.
없어도 전혀
That's
상관없다네. 지금 우리가
cool.
보는 경치가
And now we have a surplus of enkephalin,
것일 테니.
of energy. Just producing here a couple of modules of the blood fiends. And let me get the W corpse. You said Otis, right? W corp Otis. Here, level 40. Damn, you could have done a better job. Level 40. Here, free shoots. Come on. Sure, I'll take it.
각 정리요원은 위치로. 곧 열차 정리가 시작된다.
관리인가? 걸만.
각 정리요원은 위치로.
Okay.
곧 열차 정리가 시작된다.
알고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
Oh yeah, as the vampires of the city, it's not that my weapon Virlust is part of me. I can use other weapons, but if I lost my rifle, it would be losing what's left of my humanity. And I have claws and my fire. I've got fangs too, but I can hunt without any weapon at all. It would be barbaric, but I could do it. How good? That's what I'm posing. How good are you? Yeah, I can hunt with my. I have nails. I have fists. I can punch things. I can hunt I can hunt like anything. But how good is that compared to anything else, you know? You're the best hunter with your magical gun that never misses and can destroy concepts. But what if you don't have magical gun that can hit anything, whatever you are, and can destroy concepts? How good is actually your claws? How good is actually your fire? I can get us a lighter and start burning things. Is that good or effective? No. I would also call it the barbaric. Killer is on the loose. What is his weapon? A lighter. Slowly but surely, man. I'll burn the world. One lighter fueled by time. Sure, lighter fuel. Warp Don Quixote is powerful. Trust. Sure. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend. What in the name of wings is that? You of all people haven't heard of blood fiends. Thought you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard a mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine articles leap from my memory. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very words sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children at night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water. So it's vampires, basically. But why does Don Quixote doesn't know? I know it's part of her canto, but why she does not know? Interesting. I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past when I served as a commanding officer, and I have seen the drags that they command. In regards as quite the excellent marksman when I was a human, I was cursed before my trial to miss my shots. I only found out after I took 7 bullets. Okay, cool. Don Quixote doesn't know what is, but she will know what is. Okay. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. My eyes are burning. I don't know why. And okay, no, I know why. Why I'm being dumb. My eyes they tend to water a lot and be very dry whenever the weather is dry. Because the weather right now is dry as fuck. My eyes are dry as fuck as well. And they start to water all the time, and it's quite annoying because they either water a lot or there's this burn because they are like dry and then they start to water, so it's quite annoying. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend amongst the ranks of the fingers, but the things that blood fiend command weren't like those rubber textured ones. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these drags with abandon like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we face in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are drag-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I'm aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard the warp trains under normal circumstances. Though our reserve of intelligence regarding warp trains and W-Corp is vast, if incomplete, we could not find a possible exception to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equations allow for the formulations of a new hypothesis. Is she just saying this out loud? Wait, you're saying this blessing can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved. No matter the degree of violence the passenger may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, the warp trains can revert them to their initial state at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word, violence involves cannibalization, of course. However, as the passenger's collective time itself is a moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even if the devoured passenger could be reconstructed, if they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gutter the passenger to retrieve the chewed up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together via the vein-like thing connecting each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on the supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they can consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their form. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that the digestion is not a thing while we're on the train? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a combination and an entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purpose of existence. Then, it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. So basically, they can consume and process blood in a way to use stuff, to think stuff, to acquire stuff. And in this process, you may lose the blood and not be able to acquire it again in order to repuzzle the person back together. Is noon here? It's a more good afternoon. Okay, let me read everything. I think I missed something. I gotta go, Apple. I'm feeling too sleepy. I didn't sleep today. Like, I was up since 12 hours ago. Please go sleep. Syntax, I really appreciate you coming. Good night, good night. Actually, good afternoon. I'm stuck in a cell underground. I don't know what time it is. I'm not. I just made a mistake. Good afternoon. Syntax, see you next time. Thank you so much for coming. Eyes watering, but it's all cool. It's all cool. I can survive. Ooh, and following even half of that. You exist in moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy, they continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration or whether they remain ensnared in the wheels of creation and destruction, it can be said that emotions once past exist not in continuation. The passenger will to live, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, do they not gently atrophy into non-existence even in the amidst to seize time? Miss Fall seeks to illustrate that the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha. Well, that's why she said their blood is vaporized. If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. There's no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions if you would permit me. Yisang was the first to break the silence. Could it be said that the blood bags are directly creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they? The information is inaccessible at the moment. Paul's replies, avoiding Yisang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The seniors will only get more stressed if they find out what's gone on in Falls, and that's something we both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Oh, indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles in this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, the villain of the Blood Fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed, if we are to believe that the words of the Fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that that the Horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the Blood Fiend. Very well. I shall forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. Dante. It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other singers also seemed satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. False, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well, then, let's go. We were making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward. For now. And yes, I know this this interval is being way longer than I even suspected it would have been, because the dialogue that I'm having with my viewers. But like I'm having such good fun, like trying to theorize of stuff, that I really don't care that it's kind of taking longer than I expected. This is already like a 5. No, this is already a 6-hour stream. Okay, fun.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요. 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
사랑으로 정의 이름으로 이 정도쯤이야?
그만둘 생각이 없어 보이네요.
충전 기능
포기하지 않는 건
사랑으로
악에 맞춘
정의 이름으로
Yeah, one thing though, I might.
이유 때문일까요?
이것밖에
Nice, I appreciate their different shoots.
지킬 게 많거든.
But I was thinking, in order for me to actually have a pleasant night of sleep, I'm thinking I might actually,
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏
I might
살아가는
cancel Library of Ruina tomorrow morning so I can actually rest, because my body is hurting a lot.
간을 뭉갠다.
Again, excess of exercise. Oh, wait. Is that the alarm that you said is gonna play out?
차라리
Nice!
아무것도 남지 마라.
괜찮아요, 단테님. 이럴 때도 있는 법이죠.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
이 풍진 세상에서
You
힘껏
said,
살아가느라
okay.
수고
I was,
많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에
interesting, cool.
만만치
Do what you need. Thank you. No, I'm just saying this out loud. But I will post on the Discord once I'm done here, because I do intend on having fun with Sandy tomorrow, and I want to be awake for that. And play some very good fun in the dungeon. So by all means, I do need to have a good night's rest. And I won't, like, it's already midnight for me. I think I'm gonna still take 1 or 2 hours on today's stream. So once I'm done here, it's probably gonna be 1 or 2 a.m.
매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
아르카나 슬레이브!
Actually, I checked. There will be a flash. Do ult is S3 when you have at least 10 charge. Damn. Okay. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna happen.
괜찮으신가요?
Yeah.
바다 볼
Yeah. I'll try again next one
보이신 것 같아요.
and be more diligent.
지키긴 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
사랑과 정의
찢어 놓아주마. 후회 안에 갇혀 죽어라. 이것밖에 못하나. 그렇게 서 있으면
I don't have the resources. I can never produce the enough resources. Sadly. I just gotta play it right next one so I can see it.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
Oh, okay, this is yours. Okay, now it appears to me. Okay, nice.
애고 침식도 양호. 아마도
I ended up getting someone else's. Okay, now we're gonna be diligent. Let me read. Her S3 is the gloom one. So I just gotta build up to that.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
히야! 아르카나 빛! 차!
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Oh, yeah, I was using actually someone else's Otis. Because the only one that showed up was a level 40. I assumed that was yours. But no, I just got yours. Which is level 55 with everything. Thank you.
어라? 저쪽에 비틀거리시는 분이 보이네요.
받아볼 텐가.
이만 편히 눕혀드릴까요?
Still her S3 didn't show up.
전탄격발.
I might stop attacking, so you can show up eventually. Even though I don't have the thing charges.
비명을 질러라.
매일 보아하는데도
직접 밝혀주마.
지금은 감회가 새로워요. 이
Come on, how hard it is
세상에서
to build up
힘껏
thing
살아가느라
charges.
수고 많으셨어요.
Okay,
이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
받아볼 텐가.
편히 쉬시게. 이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏
I
살아가느라
have. Damn, I'm still missing 2 charges. Shit. Can I use Dimension Shredder? I can!
그때 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
Okay, I cannot overclock it. Never mind. Just normal. Nice, I'm dimension shredding them.
받아볼 텐가.
너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지만
사랑으로
Never saw this ego before, so it's gonna be fun.
눈을 떼지 마라. 한순간이라도 놓친다면 영원히 방황할 텐데.
Okay, the damage is pretty nice.
단테님은
Ah, okay, nice, cool.
서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
That was a lot of damage actually. It was a single target stuff, but 242? Really good damage.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
날카롭고 정확하게
Oh, that was multi-target. Oh, sorry, I thought it was just one character. I was like 240 something on one character? That's kind of crazy.
지키기 위해서
But that makes more sense.
지킬 게 많거든.
사랑으로 자 악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 아르카나 슬레이버
So, the W Corp units came out during this canto? Like, during this intervallo? Oh, they were already available before this. I think they were already available, right? Because at the beginning we mentioned that we played with their IDs. So yeah, I believe they were already available before it. Manager Esquire, halt! Behold this poor fellow, he lives still. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, begins sprinting somewhere. No, no, no! Stay away from me, you monster! Hey, man, we're not those monsters. You alright? No, I think some did. Some were season 1. Okay. Huh? That arm. You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. What? No, this is. Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze towards the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. Suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm is a monster, a prosthetic, or whatnot. It is possible that you were mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. A prosthetic. That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So, what are the W Corp's employees doing aboard this train? Huh, you're right. From what we found out about the W trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. You were the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in the car over there, and this cannot be. Post, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust in to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. When the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them, lead them to the right answer? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agents struggle to some corner in the room with his wounded leg and pulled over a lever. They made good use of this space. And the wall behind him, what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees, spun open. Oh, what in the name of the wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by the blood fiends? That holds some resemblance to the capsule we saw in the first class car. But why would that thing be here? The cleanup agent slumped into the pod and appeared in the wall. Finally. What is that thou seekest to do? W Corp prepare a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily, then, good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covered the pod closed, only the folding chair and the wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. We blankly stare at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta. Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. I'm back. How long has Archer been streaming in total? Are you trying to say the prior stream and this one combined, or just this one? This one alone, 6 hours. This one and the other one combined, 9 hours.
전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
I love that if I try really hard to look at at another W Corp, there isn't one. People are W Corp haters, at least to share them. I don't think they hate Lobby Corps. I just think they just share them. I think that's it. So we're going for 12 hours or 1 hour for each sinner in the game. Sandy is infectious. What's going on, Sandy?
즐거움. 언제나
No,
순탄치
because
않아.
I'm streaming for
때때로는 어설프지만
no.
여러분과 함께하는 여행.
Yeah, as I was saying, people, my eyes are burning like
그렇게
crazy because the weather is being so dry. So by all means, I'm just finalizing this intervalo because I have a hard time not getting things done, and I want to do Canto 7 next week, so I want to get this all done today. I already told their free shoots that I probably won't be streaming Library of Ruina tomorrow morning, just because like it's already midnight for me. This is probably gonna be ending around 1 or 2, so if I wanna actually get sleep, you know, I gotta call it. Like I gotta just call it and not stream tomorrow morning, so I can actually stream in the afternoon, like I plan on. Nice.
어라? 저쪽에 비틀거리시는 분이 보이네요. 이만 편히 눕혀드릴까요?
But all means, if you really see, I'm streaming less. If you look at every single stream throughout this week, I stream for like 2 hours every day
아,
because I'm doing so much every day
그게 또
that that I need to actually like not I cannot actually afford to stream for so long,
이 풍진
which I am actually happy, you know, that my days now are full of stuff and I don't feel like I'm so attached to streaming. Not that I dislike streaming by all means, it's just that now I have other things that I can do.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
Let's go. I'll be watching the Gungeon run tomorrow with great interest. Indeed, please wait for it. We are gonna have a lot of fun. I hope. I'm not gonna use the hunter again. That's for sure.
많으셨어요.
Like I like the doggy, but I don't feel like the hunter gives anything interesting to begin with besides the doggy. The crossbow is a good weapon, I guess. I don't know, the other ones might be not as good. Choo.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니
충전 기능 점검.
마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요?
단숨에 정렬.
아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요.
Hey, I have 10. Yay, look at this. So pretty.
제압 완료. 승객 보관
It's flashing. Flash for a second.
잠든 그대
It's after 2. I can definitely be there. They all have their strength and yeah, it's gonna be after 2. Yeah, probably during like 2 p.m. is where we might be starting the stream actually. That's a good timing.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지.
와,
Yeah, that's a good time. I'm glad that the event currency can be gained through E.M.D. I wonder if you still get pocket watches even without the weekly bonus. I still think you can get. I can tell what Gungeoneer someone chose by looking at their loadout. I played that much. Damn.
이 분노가 끝나지 않는 거지.
Indeed. Okay, we are 5 stages away from the finish line. And again, it can be 5 stages until the dungeon. So this might still be a 2-hour stream situation.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도
순탄치 않았고 때로는 어설펐지만 여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었습니다.
Because if I can, do not disturb me, for I have many a grinding to do. Oh yeah, me too. I'll be grinding the time killing time during the next week. Since time killing time gave
여기서
me
이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
so much tickets.
공간을 뭉갠다.
지키기 위해서
I won't be needing to level up my characters again.
함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 보면 원하신 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는데도 지금은
승객 무력
새로워요.
확인.
그만둘 생각이 없어 보이네요. 저분이 포기하지 않는 건 악에 바친 포지션이에요.
Are you gonna have time and energy to hang out? No, Sandy. So sorry. I'm already calling it. I was gonna message you.
지키기 위해서
No, not today. Probably once I'm done here, I'm gonna straight to bed. So I can actually wake up by lunch tomorrow and then we can collaborate. So I am so sorry.
남지 마라. 사랑으로 정의.
이거 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
But by all means, still hang out and have good time with Borked.
살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
The bird is also my least favorite floor, one boss. I tripped up on it more times than I like. Unfortunately, I'll be missing those rewards because I haven't even started C. Forgive me, I haven't had a support card of event that gives me the one to play Limbus condition. Fair enough.
승객 무력
I feel that you're also addicted to the horses.
그만둘 생각이 없어 보이네요.
By all means. I get it. Syntax is on the same boat.
아니면
날카롭게
차마 내려놓을 수 없는
정확하게
자신만의 이유 때문에
지키기 위해서
제압 완료. 승객 보관 중.
Sorry, Cindy. I don't know if you heard what I said. I think I'm gonna send you a message just to make sure that you got it. I don't want you to, wait for me if I'm not gonna be able to hang out with you right now. Cindy, sorry, but I will be hot. Okay, done. I messaged Sandy. I can also tell what a gun or item is most of the time and if it's worth buying in the shop. Not really, I actually haven't logged in 2 days. Oh, okay.
지킬 게
So
많.
yeah, I think you're just not really wanting to play Limbus, and it's by all means, it's perfectly fine. Do whatever you want. That's the way life goes.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까
Static fixers.
이제 가오를
So we're gonna go back to multi-crack.
다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
차원 파동 장갑 충전 완료.
Before or no after? I'm dumb.
저분은 어디 아프신 걸까요? 아까랑 다르게 기운이 없어 보여요.
충전 기능 점검.
I'm playing again, both because I want to and because I would like to show off when we play, assuming I don't suffer from skill issues. I'm just not very motivated right now. Again, all cool. Do what you will, sir.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요. 즐거움. 언제나 순탄치 않았고
충전 기능 점검.
때로는 무섭지만
단순히 점검.
여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었답니다. 그렇기에 여기서 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
너도
매일
누군가에게
보아하는데도
나빠졌겠지만
감회가 새로워요.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
그만둘 생각이 없어 보이네요. 저분이 포기하지 않는
받아볼
건
텐가.
낙에 바친 고집 때문일까요? 아니면 차마 내려놓을 수 없는
차라리
자신만의 이유 때문일까요?
아무것도 남지 마라.
그대 또한 참 이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
만만치 않겠다.
이제 모든 짐을 놓으셨어요.
First gun class is rifle, of course. I like very funny guns. Guns that lasers or the bees. The bees were cool.
단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
속에서 비명을 질러라. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
같은 아르카나.
그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
쓰레기 같은 아르카나. 제압 완료.